a motion, gentlemen, or we could do it before public comments, is what I would prefer. But I need a motion either way.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to move it up to before public comments.
And I'll second.
I got a motion by Councilman Langevin, seconded by Councilman Hammer, um, for item number 3, right after presentations, number 1. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you. So right now we're on. We're gonna honor someone that's very special that's among us, and I have some comments. You know, and I'll start by saying one of the greatest honors that any man or any woman, mankind, can receive that has served this nation with honor and distinction is to have a flag flown over in honor of their service. And that's what we're doing. We've got a program that we honor those that have served our nation, that have considered others more than themselves in serving and laying down their lives to provide safety of our nation. And I'm going to call up Lindsey Gray. Come on up. We honor you. Come on, give it up for her. So Lindsey is the spouse of another war hero, Mark Gray, who we honored as well. And he is a Purple Heart recipient, but they actually met while Lindsey was nursing him at Walter Reed Medical Center. Isn't that a romantic story? At any rate, she has been, following her deployment, she was at Walter Reed, and she was actually with the commander and a first sergeant taking care of my brother Mark here, and we're grateful because he survived. And for the most part, and a large part of his survivor is because I believe that he fell in love with Lindsey. So she's an outstanding nurse. She's given her life to us. Lindsey, on behalf of council and myself and the great citizens of the city of Palm Bay, we honor you with a flag that was flown over our, and this is the very first flag that's been flown over our fire department, Station 1, because we don't have a flagpole right in front of City Hall. We're still under construction. So this may be the only one that's flown over there. So cherish it, ma'am. I really appreciate your service. And it not only honors you, but this is Women's National Month. So congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you. I guess I just want to say thank you. Going into the service was probably one of the best things that did happen to me. It's definitely afforded me many opportunities that I know I would not have had I not joined. And I've been able to provide for my kids now because of the service. And we do a lot for the community, for the veterans now. We provide meals for them and stuff like that. And I'm currently going to school for my PhD to try to help veterans reintegrate back into civilian society, because that's a big problem. So thank you. I really appreciate this. It does mean a lot because we don't always get recognized. So
Tell them about the Warriors.
So my husband is a chef. He went to Kaiser and he got his culinary degree, and we're starting a nonprofit called Warfighter Grill. He's going to cook barbecue. We're going to try to do a networking system where we help veterans. So we're going to bring in VSOs and people who know about different programs to help veterans for VA education, outings. And first one? Oh, police. Yes. We're going to have mental health people, things like that, just so that there's a group of network that the veterans can come in and talk to. And that's what our goal is eventually going to be, to set up a building, a nonprofit, almost like a church for veterans, where we can come and we can gather and we can network and we can build relationships and build what we had when we served that you don't always feel when you're out here. So that's what we'd like to do.
Thank you, Lindsay.
You're welcome.
If you're listening to her, leaders in the military always look for ways to inspire and lead others and build that camaraderie. That is the biggest thing we miss from our active duty time. And so this is what they do is they foster those relationships for our community. And I'm so proud of the Gray family. You want to introduce your baby girl?
This is our daughter, Athena. She is 9. She goes to Pineapple Cove. She loves it there. And she helps us out a ton with the business. And she loves to volunteer and help out and give out food and stuff. So
Thank you.
and I will say my oldest is a little shy. She's sitting down there. But she's here with us as well,
Awesome.
and she helps
Awesome.
out. So, and that's Cadence. So,
Hey, Cadence. Come on up, Cadence. We're going to take a picture. We're going to take a picture. Mr. Gray, you want to hold this phone? We got Mr. Wait.
there we go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
God bless you. All right, sir. Hey, you wanna shake their hands, these guys? Hey, Miss Lindsay, say hello to these gentlemen.
Sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
You know, this next proclamation, I'm going to honor a huge leader of our community. This young man has given so much to our community. And yes, I still call him young. Not only is he a United States Marine, but he's also a United States Marine in God's Army. Bishop Merton Clark, come on up here, sir. I am honored to be reading this proclamation to a man that I've admired and respected for well over a decade.
Yes, sir.
Bishop Merton Clark and Truth Reveal International Ministries 30th anniversary. It is hereby recognized by the mayor of the greatest city on the face of the earth, Palm Bay, Florida. Whereas Bishop Merton Clark, founder and senior pastor, you know, I always get on Senior Pastor Ken Delgado about that term. He's not a senior pastor because of his age. So it's just that you're the leader of all the pastors. Lead pastor. I like that better. Lead pastor. Of Truth Reveal International Ministries is a native son of Florida Space Coast. He was born in Titusville and graduated from Titusville High School. And whereas Bishop Merton Clark earned a bachelor's degree in biblical studies, a master's degree in Christian counseling, and a doctorate of philosophy in Christian education from Brevard Christian University, all the while at the former Cape Canaveral Air Force Base. Whereas Bishop Merton Clark has demonstrated a life of service after serving his country in my beloved United States Marine Corps, he surrendered to the call of ministry April 2nd, 1995, along with his wife Sabrina and a small group of believers, and began holding church services at the Palm Bay Professional Building, Suite 102A in Palm Bay, Florida. Whereas Truth Reveal International Ministries has been serving the greater Palm Bay community at their current location, 2838 Palm Bay Road, since January 2000. and has recently opened a new campus in Bishop Merton Clark's hometown of Titusville, Florida. That's what's up. Way to go, Bishop. Whereas after 30 years, they are even more committed to their vision to change lives by reforming minds that we might transform our community and advance the kingdom. What kingdom? Come on now. I get a little carried away. I'm sorry, sir. Now, therefore, I, Rob Medina, Mayor of the City of Palm Bay, by virtue of the authority of said office, do hereby congratulate, commend, and recognize Bishop Merton L. Clark and Truth Reveal International Ministries' 30th anniversary. He has proven himself faithful. He put his hands to the plow and has not turned back. In witness hereof, I set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Palm Bay to be affixed this 20th day of March 2025. Bishop, it's an honor to present you with this proclamation.
Thank you,
brother.
sir. I appreciate
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Take your liberty and lead others to Christ right now.
I would be unknown without the call of God upon my life. I'm not a politician, but I must work with politicians. I'm a pastor, a prophet. I must speak truth to the nations of our world. And I'm grateful to be standing here today. One of the things that I have to do is lower people in the ground, people that I love. I have to make sure that their calling an election is sure. I try to do that before asking God to watch over their souls. And anyone who may be struggling with their salvation or struggling with their faith, it's important to make sure that your calling is sure by taking a moment and examining yourself. I call it introspection. You never know what you'll do when you're facing that river and the bell is tolling. I've had to lower my niece, my great niece, in the ground at 3 years old. I had to lower my mother in the ground and so many others. But the highest height in ministry is to see people come to Jesus. And that's really what I'm about. No one would know me in this city. I would just be one in the number if it wasn't for his call on my life. So I'm grateful to the mayor and the city council and to all who are here today. It's important for us to recognize those who are landmarks in our community and those who are doing great things. I don't consider myself to do that. I'm a servant of the Lord. And my faith has brought me before great people. If you don't have a church home, I welcome you to Truth Reveal. You will find the Word of God being preached and strong worship that's there as well. But a love for the people of God. I've helped so many to transition out of darkness into a marvelous light. And if you don't know him, see me real soon. I can connect you with him. And so I bless the city of Palm Bay. I was sent here. I didn't just come here. I was on I-95 going south, and I heard a voice tell me, I'm calling you here, for there are many in this city that I must bring into salvation. So I obeyed him, and I moved here, and he's blessed me here with a great, wonderful church and a wonderful wife and a great family, and I honor her in her absence as well. So thank you so much for this proclamation. I'm so grateful to you all, and if I can do anything to help the great city of Palm Bay, count on me. You can count on me. Thank you. Pleasure to meet you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wow. How you doing?
Okay, we are now on presentations. Item number 1, Mr. Morgan.
Yes, Pastor Ken Delgado has a presentation for the City Council.
It's at your discretion. Yes. You look at me on the other way.
Can I call other people up too?
Sure,
any point?
it's your presentation. Sir.
Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure that I'm in order. Yes. First of all, Mayor, City Councilman, and everybody in the city of Palm Bay, thank you for all that you do for the city. And I am here to recognize the effort that the city has put on to help us make Christmas Extravaganza the greatest Christmas party on the Space Coast. I'd like to just point out how interconnected this world is. We have all the areas, the water, the birds, the animals, the ground, the vegetation. They're all seem to be separate, and yet they are interconnected. And all things are interconnected in and through what I believe is God who made all things for him, and that through him we can live all the life that we have. Imagine the city of Palm Bay without businesses. They're interconnected. Imagine the city of Palm Bay without a police department, without a fire department, without a public parks and recreation. They are all interconnected. Imagine if one of these items were not present within the context of our community. The community in and of itself is interconnected. If you were to remove businesses from the city of Palm Bay, the city would not be the greatest city that it could be. If you were to remove faith from the city of Palm Bay, it would never be all that it could be. The intrinsic value of community and the interconnectedness that God created so that we can and will make the city of Palm Bay the greatest city on the face of the earth, though it may have its flaws. The love between the people, the love between the interconnectedness, the love that God has for the city, it will still shine because of the interconnectedness. So this time, this Christmas Extravaganza is the greatest example of how all these things work together for good. Businesses, churches, the city, the people, all coming together for a great event, Christmas Extravaganza, as we celebrate Jesus Christ and the reality how he wants us to be all loved, accepted, and connected. And because we did join together, the intrinsic value that cannot be monetized, that makes a city great. It's not just quote unquote infrastructure or monies, but rather the whole coming together. We were able to produce Christmas Extravaganza 16. If you'll take a look at the screens. Thank you. Thank you. Again, this was made possible, if you notice, businesses like Thrifty and Gator Chrysler Plymouth and so many other great businesses. Notice how schools were involved in this. Notice how churches were part of that. And because of the churches, I would like Merton Clark to come up and stand beside me along with Mark Miller, who happened to represent other churches that made this possible, if they could stand. And then one of the greatest people that make things so great, my wife. If she could come and stand beside me too, we wouldn't be able to do what we do without her. I know I'm supposed to look at you, but I'm looking at my wife. But can you imagine, this would not exist if one of these parts were not part of it. This could not be all that it could be if the city of Palm Bay were not a part of it. This would not happen if there were not finances to make it happen.
That's right.
And so because finances is a great part of it, we'd like to honor today the Palm Bay Police Department, the Palm Bay Fire Department, and the Parks and Recreation Department of this great city of Palm Bay with an honorarium for each department of $1,500 if they could come up and receive gift given by those who sponsored the greatest party on the Christmas party on the East Coast of the Space Coast, Christmas extravaganza, and number 17 coming up. Well, I haven't given it to you. They already give thanks. We'll just leave now. Would you also
Thank you.
please?
Thank you for your service.
Thank you guys for all you do. We do thank you for all that you did.
Wow. Wow. What a seed. That's a seed. Wow.
Did I get it right?
Yeah. Wow.
So from the bottom of our hearts, we want to say thank you for sponsoring Christmas Extravaganza 16. We hope that you find this worthy enough, the intrinsic value that makes this community what it is today, the intrinsic value of having an event like this. I hope that you are equally excited about doing the same thing in the end of this year, along with Bill Batten cheering us on.
Well, thank you, Pastor Kent. Really appreciate everything you do for our community. We are now we're now on item number 3, right before public comments. Madam,
Yes.
this is Quasi.
Yes, sir.
Is Councilman Johnson on the line?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Outstanding. So remind me to call on you, sir. Carry on.
The following items are quasi-judicial in nature. Public hearings agenda items numbers 3 and 6. Any person who wishes to testify on such a matter must sign a speaker card which contains a sworn oath to tell the truth. Any speaker may be subject to cross-examination by the counsel or any other interested party. Attorneys who are appearing on behalf of a party and not providing testimonial evidence are not considered witnesses and need not be sworn. Any individual addressing the council must state his or her name and confirm that a speaker card has been signed. The order of this proceeding will be as follows. First, staff will make its presentation, followed by the applicant, then any other interested party. The applicant will then be allowed concluding remarks. The hearing will then be closed, and no additional testimony or argument will be allowed. The council will then deliberate in public. At the end of deliberation, a council member will make a motion on the application to bring the matter to a vote. Every council member is then free to vote in favor or against the motion. Each council member must disclose any ex parte communication by disclosing the subject matter of the communication and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place.
Thank you. I'm going to open up the public hearing and defer to Mr. Morgan.
Yes, Growth Management Director Lisa Frazier will give a overview.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, Lisa. You can bring that down if you like.
I think I'm
Okay,
pretty good,
good.
taller than I look. Good evening, Council. So what is presented to you this evening is a request by Evan and Amanda Werner for a variance to allow a proposed carport to encroach 25 feet into the 25-foot side corner setback in RS2, which is single family residential district zoning, which is a 0.25 acres, is about the size of their property. And as stated, this is a quasi judicial proceeding. As shown on the slides, they have submitted this variance to allow this carport, to encroach 22.28 feet into the established 25-foot side corner setback, meaning that from the right of way of the road, 25 feet is set aside from their property line, inside. Okay, so you can't, from their property line, you have to set back 25 feet and nothing can be built in there. So they are asking for this encroachment to erect a 50 by 20 foot prefabricated carport structure, which is allowed, just not in the setback. So they're asking for that, as well as a variance for the 5 feet that is established between a principal structure and an accessory structure. So if council would be so kind as to turn to page 2 of the staff report, staff put together a table for your easy reference. And in that table, it'll show you that the provision for the separation distance between buildings is 5 feet. And the proposed is 2.72 feet. So it's a variance of 50%. The side corner setback for accessory structures is 25 feet. And their proposed is a side setback of 2.72 feet, which is a 91% variance change. The placement of accessory uses and structures shall not be erected with any required side yard setback. They're proposing to allow a carport to be built within the required side yard setback, which is 100% request. This carport, just for your edification, is to cover their boat, which is set in that side yard, which is required by law, and they are in compliance with that. And metal structures are also allowed to be built in this zoning, but just not within the side setback. Do you have any other figures, Brian? Thank you. So what we're seeing here is the survey. You'll see the 25 feet side setback from basically the side of the house to the property line. And the second depiction is showing how they want to put in this concrete pad and this carport in that 25 feet. That is about what I have. If you any questions from council, I am here to answer them.
Did you work with them, instead of 20?
I'm sorry, sir.
Did you work with them instead of 20 by 50, 15 by 50, where
We
the
asked,
structure could be 15 by 50? Would that have satisfied both?
yes, sir. So there is another little issue of a problem.
Okay.
A fence is an accessory structure. The definition of an accessory structure is that it is something, an accessory to your primary structure being your home, typically. So a fence is an accessory structure. We searched the permit. They received a fence permit back in, hold on, I think it was 24, I want to say, not too long ago. And they should have been 15 feet in the side. There's a side setback for fences to be 15 feet. And unfortunately, it's 25 feet right adjacent to the right of way. So when you state, can they put in a smaller carport? I'm not sure the size of their boat, but it still would be a variance.
because they went kind of like flush to the sidewalk.
That's
Am I hearing,
correct.
understanding this
Correct.
correctly?
They should have been
Okay.
15 feet off the sidewalk.
From the sidewalk.
That is correct, sir, and they're right on the sidewalk. So that 25 feet is in flux anyway. So
Understood.
they need a variance in order to build anything in that setback. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Any other questions of staff? Gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you.
Is the applicant going to present their case? Yes, sir. Step right up.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, thank you for having me. So I put together a little slideshow for you, and we're just gonna go over a couple of these pictures in that slideshow. All right, thank you. So that's a picture of the house. You see the fence that I did pull a permit for to put around the house because I was obligated to put the boat on the side of the house, no longer in front of the property. So you can see the boat there. So in this picture, you see the fence, you see the boat, and then you see my neighbor's property behind me. There
I
is
see what? Say that again?
You see my neighbor's property behind me,
Okay.
behind the boat.
You mean like the roof, the owner?
Right.
Okay.
That is an accessory structure within that 25-foot setback. And you might say, oh, I can't present that, but I did pull a public record on each one of these properties that I'm going to show you. And there is no permit on those properties, you know. So I'm trying to respect the variance process and go through with this to do this the correct way, and because I just want to protect my boat. That's what I want to do. But other people do not go about this variance process, and they just put stuff up, and I have to suffer because I go about the correct way of doing it.
So just, you bring that up. If that setback had not taken place, you would have more space? To
Correct.
put your
I
boat?
would be able to, if there was not a 25-foot setback from my structure, I would be able to put up the carport. Park
I'm
my
saying
boat.
that violation has harmed your property.
Well,
Is that what you're saying?
It's not harm my property, but I have to look out the window and say, hey, they put a structure up in the back of their house, and I can't because I'm pulling permits, and obviously they didn't.
I guess my question is, if they hadn't have done that, would that help you without you coming to get a variance?
No, because regardless, I got to put my boat on that side of the house.
Okay.
Because
Just
in
wanted
the rear of the property, you know, Bill's gonna come up here probably and tell you, oh, I can park on the side of the property. No, I cannot do that because there's an FPL easement on the back of the property. So I have to be at least 10 foot off of that fence to park my boat back there, and it's just not feasible.
Okay.
Other than that, the only way for me because I talked to Joanne Aguilar, the public works engineer, whoever she is. I cannot pull my boat in from the Abbott side of the street, which is Jackson, which is the street I live on, and then Abbott is the corner street that you pull down. I cannot pull my boat in through that side unless I have a poured concrete driveway, which is all fine. Maybe I could pour a concrete driveway, but then I would be covering your access to your utilities, which is your sewer utility, which is running along that easement if I were to pour that driveway. All right. So this is the accessory structure. It looks bigger in that picture than it really is. It's only a 10-foot sides. So if I may, this is another structure within. So I live in Port Malabar between Turkey Creek and US 1. So this is houses that I found between Turkey Creek and US 1. So this house, 2995 Chipper, that is now 5 feet away from the house. And you guys did grant the permit to them in 2008. So if the permit was granted to them, I feel like I should be, you know, not voided from that, but I just feel like I should be granted the variance because I'm going to be much farther away from my house than that is. This is another house on Bianca. They did not pull a permit for what they did. And I'm not here to throw stones at anybody. I'm really not. I'm just trying to get what I want done at my property. But they poured a concrete slab and erected a structure without pulling a permit. They did pull a fence permit, with which they were denied, and it was still erected. These are the pictures. This is within a month and a half of my boat being in my backyard. It's a pontoon boat, so it does have carpet on it. But I spend more time cleaning this boat than I do getting go out to enjoy it. I have to pressure wash it pretty much every time I want to go out every weekend. I have to pressure wash the boat because of it's what we live in Florida. It's just the humidity, it's the rain, it's the sun, and all this kind of stuff. And you'll see the torn seats from the sun. 3 years ago, this boat was not like this because 3 years ago I lived in a different location. In 2022, I bought this house. I lived in a different location where it was able to be covered, but I had, since your ordinance, I believe it was in 2022, the boat had to be moved to the side of the house, which no longer it could be covered. And then you'll see in the back the skeleton of the canopy. I tried that for a while. I put the canopy up and I tried to cover my boat with that. The sun ate that away. I was riding around the river one day and it just between the sun rot ripped it right off the boat driving down the river. And the same with the boat cover. I had the boat cover on it for a long time. The sun ate it up. And these are not $30 Amazon boat covers. They're $600, $700, $800 covers that I have to buy. So that is my presentation. I would ask the council if they could please grant my variance. We are in Northeast Palm Bay. There's nothing else going to be built out there. That place is built out. I'm not hurting anybody. I'm not covering any utilities. I went through all the meetings, as you guys know. I have to go through a couple of meetings to get here. Fire did not say anything in regards to that they have a problem. Any utilities did not say they have a problem. So nobody else really has any issue with this in the city other than the variance of the 25 feet of the setback and the 5 feet away from the house. So if the council would please approve my variance, I would greatly appreciate it.
Stand by.
Thank you.
Stand by, sir.
Yes, sir.
Any questions, council? Deputy it stated it's a 20 by 50 slab
Yes,
in
sir.
carport.
Yes, sir.
If you went to 15 by 50, would that help?
Well, regardless, sir, if I went 1 foot by 20, I would still have to be required this variance. And it's pretty much to fit the boat under there, it's what it takes. It's a
20,
boat
you
with
need
a
the
trailer.
20?
I need the 20. Yes, sir.
Understood.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any speaker cards? Deputy Mayor? Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. First, I'm a firm believer in the ability to use your land. That's what we own land for. However, the city went through a lot of process and get guidelines from which we could make buildings within our lots. We've gone through a big process to get there. Second item, the setback between the buildings of 2.5 feet. Just because other people put their illegal buildings too close to their house doesn't make two wrongs don't make a right. That's a very 2.5 foot clearance in order to get through, which is somewhat of a safety hazard. Right? The request of making it come in on the back side, he said he'd have to put in a concrete driveway. So I asked the council, how is he going to access this carport now? Is he going to to get his boat into the carport, he's still going to need a driveway coming from the road. Where is that driveway coming in? The other side, and this one is the positive for Mr. Werner, he is following the process to request for the variance. And that's the one thing I would really like for the council to recognize is the fact that he's trying to follow the legal process to get what he's asking for. Other people don't even go through the hassle to get there. They'll just break the law. He's at least trying to go about it the right way, even though I've never been in favor of having the variances to begin with, but we did have them there for a reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
No more cards, Mayor.
So, Mr. Warner, you have an opportunity to rebut at this time.
Well, the only rebuttal I have to what Bill said was, he said the illegal use of what other people put up, you guys granted that setback that not setback, but that one house that I showed you where it's within 8 inches of the house. You guys did grant that permit in 2008. But other than that, I do not have any other things to say about it.
He also mentioned the driveway aspect. Did you catch that?
Yes, and there is a driveway immediately next to where the opening of that gate will be to enter that carport, and we do plan to pour an extension of that driveway to enter where that carport will be.
So you're going to use the current driveway and create an expansion in concrete.
Correct.
Either way, you would still need to build a driveway, I think was his
Correct.
his concept.
Correct, but we would
Using
still
the
be
other-
entering from the Jackson Avenue side through the current driveway that is there.
Okay. All right. So you wouldn't be able to do that at the other end like he meant?
Well, we would be able to do that, but it would be pulling another permit and another vacancy of easement, because I would be covering your easement and I would be covering your utilities. So if you had a problem, because I work in utilities, I work for the city of Rockledge, and I work for the sewer department, and you would be covering your sewer and gravity. You would be covering that with an unnecessary concrete driveway. You know, if you ever had to access that utility.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, council.
I had a question, Mayor, for
Yes,
staff.
sir.
For staff, I know they're asking us to vote on the variance for the carport tonight, but if the driveway extension would be needed later, would that require another variance? And then secondly, with relation to the amount of concrete coverage on a single family lot, does this exceed the 30% coverage?
That I would have to look at, but that's a very good question, and it's probably very close. Because if you see from, I'm sorry, Brian, could you go to just the aerial? Okay, the one before, please, sir. I'm sorry. The aerial. Well, there was another one with a close-up aerial. I'm sorry. You'll see the backyard shows. That's his. So yeah, go to mine. There you go. You'll see the concrete is already pretty much there, and there's a concrete slab in the backyard. So yes, with this concrete slab, they are most likely going to be exceeding the 30% of impervious surface of which you are relating to. As far as the driveway, again, what the gentleman is discussing is that it would then have to be another driveway permit off the other side street coming in. It wouldn't necessarily have to be over our easement in the back, but I guess by his dimensions, he's thinking it might be, it might have to be. However, they wouldn't just need a driveway permit. Would that mean another variance? Potentially not, because it would be in relation to this variance approval. Again, variances, you have to show hardship. And I think you all understand that. So if it's a hardship of the size of the lot and what can be utilized, or what the best use of the lot can be used for, that is creating a hardship for this particular property owner, that is the definition of a variant. Does that answer your question, sir?
It does.
Okay,
While she's here, any additional questions, Sean? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you
Yes, sir.
for me. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
So could you clarify, because I think it was mentioned briefly and I've had questions about it too. Could you clarify what is our ordinance about parking boats in the front yard?
So, and this is a typical in almost every single municipality and counties that, and it has been our ordinance for a very long time, that boats, travel trailers, large, commercial vehicles cannot be parked in the front of the house for more than typically 24 to 48 hours. For instance, you can have your RV there, loading, unloading, maybe, grandma and grandpa are staying one night, but it can't be for a whole week or any long extension of time. It's the same with your boat. It needs to be behind the front of the home. So he is in compliance by being behind the gate that the fence that he built behind the front of the home. And that is a typical ordinance throughout almost every single municipality I've worked for. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. What is, okay, council, what's your pleasure? I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
I'm going to make a motion to pass the variance.
I'll second.
I got a motion to say that again, sir.
To approve the variance.
I got a motion by Councilman Langevin, second by, Councilman Hammond. But in all this discussion, I totally forgot that Councilman Johnson's on the phone. Councilman Johnson, please accept my apologies, sir. What are your comments?
No, you're good, Mayor. Let's keep it moving. I was already on the same wavelength.
All right, sir. And again, I apologize, sir. Out of sight, out of mind, so to speak. Sorry. I got a motion. Any comments?
Sure. I like the variance process. We have codes and the codes are there for good reasons, but we also live in a city of 150,000 people. And sometimes having one code isn't always a good thing to have a one size fits all solution. So we have a variance process. When I look at this lot and I see it as a corner lot and I see that the accessory structure is on his property and it's not butting up to another house. And we like to promote our boaters here in Florida. That's why people come move here. I'm inclined to side with the property owner.
Thank you, Councilman Hammond.
I as well like to side with the property owner. Not just that, I am a boat owner and I do know how bad it is to park your boat on grass. Even when you park your boat on grass, then the insects, animals, everything else come up onto your trailer, into your boat, get into things, especially wiring, everything else. And having a cover on it is really hard in Florida. Boat covers are not cheap. But I like to side with people being able to use their own property, especially when there's no neighbors to go against it. If there were neighbors that were against it, I might feel a little bit differently, but with nobody against it, I don't see it hurting anything. Thank you.
And I think Bill was spot on when he said he should be commended for going through the process. In saying all of that, I was trying to navigate. I didn't think, I thought council would go with staff's recommendation for denial. So I was trying to work something else and massage it, but I will be in favor of this as well. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Passes. What words did you say aye, Councilman Johnson?
Aye, sir.
Thank you. Passes 4-1. We are now on public comments. Deputy Mayor.
Lance Fisher.
Lance Fisher, 130 Malabar Road, Deputy Chief Palm Bay Police, retired. Good evening, Yahoos. Yahoos, by definition, a boorish, crude, or stupid person. If I offended anyone, I sincerely apologize. And for full transparency, I do not believe you guys are Yahoos. My sole intent was to make a point. Here's a series of text messages between Chief of Jail, Deputy Chief Spears, and command staff members, once again on their personal cell phones to avoid public records. The conversation begins. A request for light duty for Christina West just came out. Maybe once Jason clears and some others get back. Omar's back, starting to tighten up from the crash. Deputy Chief Spears says this: Does Chief need a driver? Chief of Jello. Yeah, but not any of those yahoos. Remember, yahoos, a boorish, crude, or stupid person by definition. Later, Deputy Chief Spears says Jim Riss, the new Mike Roberts, is heading to the ER. So let's get this straight. Christina West medically separated after an on-duty injury. Jason McCoy and Omar Forbes both awarded Medal of Valor for taking actions that saved multiple officers' lives. Jim Riss, a former field training officer and whose son is also an officer of the Palm Bay Police Department. Mike Roberts, who was recently promoted to commander. All considered yahoos by Chief of Jello and his command staff. Remember, I too was a yahoo. While on FMLA, this command staff sent a partial SWAT team to my former house to return 4 pieces of property. Chief of Jello and Deputy Chief Spears laughed at my expense as they held my personal property hostage at the police department. Command staff began telling vendors I no longer worked at the police department less than 2 months after I started FMLA. I provided these text messages and an email to the FOP president. If he won't forward them to his membership, I certainly will. Let's now discuss how Chief DC and his command staff wish to harm your children in our community. DC Spears reports 2 children starting a fire across from the canal from his residence. Commander LaTulip says, damn little shitbags. Chief of Jello, that's why you need to buy a pellet rifle and pop them one by one. Commander LaTulip laughed my ass off, was typing the same thing. This command staff wishes harm on young boys and girls. I hope the parents of these children see this and understand that this leadership team doesn't care about your children. If you think I'm lying or editing these text messages that was suggested, I would encourage you to do a public records request on each command staff's personal cell phone and get them for yourself. I'll just go right to the end. I think I've done enough here. Had Chief of Jello, Deputy Chief Spears, or Commander LaTulip been employed by the St. John Sheriff Department, this came out today, they would have been placed on administrative leave, demoted, and reassigned. Does this city manager, this council, this mayor, and this city attorney have the same fortitude to hold them responsible? I guess no. As DC Spears told me yesterday in the lobby, as he said, Palm Bay PD is hiring. With a command staff such as this, we know why.
Next speaker.
Leslie Lancaster.
Leslie Lancaster, 1351 Saxony Road, Southwest Palm Bay. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and the rest of the council, along with the city manager. I'd like to ask a question, a hypothetical question. What magic number turns into a habitual repeat offender for 911 calls to the same address? I'm not talking a business, I'm talking a personal residence. At what magical number does an interaction with one person and the police become a history? Is it 5? Is it 10? Or is it over 40 in 5 months to the same address involving the same person? Fraud, waste, misuse, and abuse comes to my mind. That's city personnel out there responding to the same address for the same things. And nothing happens. I do hear that the city of Melbourne has a policy in place to handle habitual abusers of the 911 phone system. Is Palm Bay going to come along with those? I'm still waiting on the answer for what Palm Bay City Police's policy or procedure is for a handcuffed female and 7 male police officers with two female police officers there, but she gets shoved into the back of a male police officer's car. Even though the 2 female officers were called on scene, the corporal on scene asked the individual in handcuffs, would you prefer a female to transport you to the hospital? And the female said yes, and he shoves her in another male police officer, in another male officer's car. I haven't got the policy yet on females in handcuffs with males. I have asked this council that a couple of months ago, maybe a month and a half. My next question, which again hasn't been answered, the first question I asked up here was, how many complaints, whether they were internal or external, was Scott Morgan going to walk into under all the departments underneath his purview? I'm still waiting on that answer. Some of my questions, I'm being told now, have to go through the city attorney's office. But I'm not sure if that's correct or not, because there's that official, or what is the FOIA, Freedom of Information Act. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker.
Mark Miller.
All right, Mark Miller, 898 Nelson Avenue, another senior pastor, right? Just the gray hair. Hey, I want to just say thank you. I want to say thank you for the Easter extravaganza. I want to thank you for the Christmas extravaganza. I want to thank you for so many awesome, amazing, great, free family events that takes place here in Palm Bay, parades and parks. When we as a country took God out of nearly everything back in the 60s and 70s and continued down that path, the first thing the enemy went after was the families. Devastating results when you look back over the last 40 years or so, right? The rates of single parent homes, divorce, drug use, dropouts, teen pregnancy, falling test scores, suicide, anxiety, depression, division. I mean, when the family fails, communities fail, right? And I just want to thank you guys, and I want to encourage this diocese, this group, this great city to continue to invest in family events. It is very, very important. There are also a couple of other free family events that are coming up that some people may or may not know. This weekend is the 321 Fest. It's a Brevard County event. It's a whole bunch of businesses and churches in Brevard County at Space Coast Daily Park. Tons of bounce houses and kids and food and just games and just all kinds of great music. It's from 4 to 9 p.m. Lots of churches, lots of businesses, lots of folks involved. We have Kicking Bear, of course, coming up on April 5th, which is targeted for our youth, 5 to 16, especially from disadvantaged homes and things like that, to come on out, shoot some BB guns, shoot some bow and arrows, and have some bounce house, things like that. Encourage people to come out. We got the Bible reading marathon coming up that leads from starting April 25th as we speak the word over this entire city, and it ends on May 1st, which is the National Day of Prayer. And God bless you guys for enabling us to be here for the National Day of Prayer. So lots of awesome things coming up. Invest in families, keep focusing on families, keep making a way. And I really want to end on that note, but since I don't get 3 minutes at the end, to help families, help make these roads a priority so we can get to all of these really cool family events without sitting in traffic for an hour and a half. God bless you. Thank you for the great work that you are doing, and keep these family events coming. All right. Thank you. Oh, and I have these right here. Copy that. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Kara Beard.
Hold on, I am really short, sorry. My name is Kara Beard, and I'm here representing Volunteers of America of Florida. First, I want to thank the City Council. Some of you guys are new and don't know, but you guys awarded $100,000 of SHIP funding to 31 affordable housing units that we're building. You guys also awarded $975,000 of ARPA money towards this project. As a good steward, I felt obligated to come here today and tell you that this property is in jeopardy of being seriously delayed, and your investment is at risk. We have been working with Florida Power and Light to try and get the power to the site. Our construction team has done an amazing job, and they've been great stewards of keeping this project on time. And we are currently at risk of being delayed because we cannot get Florida Power and Light to do what they need to do. The city has been amazing. We turned in for the permit. You guys flipped it around in 14 days and they've had it since January 30th. We cannot get an answer as to when they're going to come out and do anything. We have called, we have emailed, we always get told, and I am told, quote, every time my GC calls, they say they have to talk to the team lead and they'll get back to him, and they never get back to him. I have every date of what we've done to turn everything and be on time. But these are units that are extremely low income. They're for 60% AMI. These are not just your affordable that are at 120. These are serving the vulnerable population of Palm Bay. And it is imperative that we get these units online on time so that they can be housing people in Palm Bay that desperately need them. And you guys have graciously invested a good amount of money. And I think you guys should know that if we have delays, that costs money. We are a non-profit affordable housing developer, so we even have our own personal money in this as well. So I just wanted council to know that these 31 units have been on time to open at the end of June, beginning of July, but they're at risk to be delayed severely. And as you know, delays are very costly. So we're just asking if there's anything that city council can do to help put some pressure to get this moving as it should have already been moving. I would really appreciate that. Thank you. And if you have any questions, like I said, I have all the dates from my GC.
Thank you. Our staff is taking notes.
Thank you.
Henry Morin.
Good evening, council. You may remember me from having come in January complaining about Florida Power and Light with our Dairy Queen. Well, it should be opening in mid-April. We're going to have a soft, what's called a soft opening. And then with the help of Danielle and her team, she's going to get the Chamber of Commerce to give us a ribbon cutting grand opening. So everybody's invited. But I'm really not here to talk up Dairy Queen. I am here to let you know that I'm one of the senior members on the Community Development Advisory Board. It is our board that made the vote and the commitment to allocate nearly $1 million to this project. And a couple of days ago, Kira reached out to me and said, Henry, you know, Florida Power and Light is just being impossible to deal with. So I did talk to the general contractor, M.H. Williams, very experienced commercial group. What needs to be done is simply clear a stretch of property right away about 400 foot of length so that underground cables can go to a transformer site. That's all. It's not rocket science. Quite frankly, the landscape project for Dairy Queen was more complicated than what they need to do on this. Now, I checked in with Hector Franco on January 30th. The city issued the right-of-way use permit to get that work done, January 30th. Now, when I talked to the contractor, project manager who's right on top of it, I found out today that, or yesterday, that a Florida Power and Light's going to send somebody out to take a look at it to see what needs to be done. Then once they decide what needs to be done, then they're going to decide who's going to do it. And then decide when is it going to get done. You can tell it's a very frustrating situation. And the same head engineer that gave us the problem on Dairy Queen is the head engineer on this project. There's just really no excuse. And what are we going to do?
Thank you. Next speaker.
Bill Batten.
Some more.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. I have 3 items to address under public comments. The first one is, I'd like council, if you can take a look at Fort Myers. They're making the headlines real big right now. And I'm hoping and praying that my city council doesn't follow in the same footsteps as Fort Myers does in not supporting our governor when it relates to ICE. Also, the council members in that city were letting their personal agendas get in the way of governing. Don't let Palm Bay do that. Item number 2, I was visiting with Tim Thomas. He's currently a candidate for state senate. He was also a council member from Melbourne. And I was talking to him about how Melbourne handles public comments, how Melbourne handles consent agenda items for public's ability to address, and they allow public comments under consent agenda. So I'm just bringing that up. The other item with that one was the fact that they also allow at the end of the meeting public comments where the citizens got a chance to redress under public comments. So I'm just curious, and his recommendation was that I contact each one of my council members and talk to them individually about their rationale on why you supported the fact of not allowing your citizens to communicate with you. Item number 3, since I can't discuss consent agenda items, I'd like for consent agenda item number 4 to be discussed. And the question I'd like to see if council could analyze it was the fact that for this one intersection, we are now on change order number 7. This has taken us years to get to this point. Why is there such a big conflict with this? And if you could possibly tell me how much more we are ended up coming out of our budget for change order number 7. I know what this one was. This one was 25,000. What is our total change order expenditure? Because we're all the way up to change order number 7. That being said, let's don't follow Fort Myers and Palm Bay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Susan Conley.
Good evening, council. Down.
Yep.
Good evening, council. We're a duo tonight. I'm Susan Connolly. I live at Castaway Cove Condominiums, 3901 Dixie Highway.
Jane Higgins, 280 Naylor Street.
You may have seen us before because we are with the Palm Bay Sustainability Advisory Board. One of the things that the advisory board is attempting to do this year is to be visible and also to make Palm Bay, all the sustainable features in Palm Bay visible. One of the things that was initiated was a drive-along, I don't mean a drive-along, I mean a ride-along program with the Public Works Department, and Councilman Langevin has done that. Councilman Jaffe has done that. Mayor, we have just extended through email a personal invitation to you to do that. And we haven't left you out. We just haven't gotten to you, Councilman Hammer. But one of the purposes of that, again, is to not only recognize that this is the greatest city on the face of the earth, but also why, to be able to point out. Mayor, one of the things we want to applaud you for is you're becoming a celebrity, that you're going to be at the Greater Palm Bay Chamber of Commerce monthly luncheon to talk about the state of Palm Bay. I'm going to be there. Jane Higgins is going to be there. We have a small group of citizens who are going to be there to support you and to listen to you. And you are going to share your vision for the city's future growth and development and learn how Palm Bay is building a resilient community and enhancing the quality of life for generations to come. I am going to be there and listening and applauding you.
And along those same lines of sharing what is going on, that's wonderful in this city. Next Wednesday at the Sustainability Advisory Board right here, we're having the architects come present
all the cool design features within Building E, all the sustainability facets that they've built into that to anyone interested. And we hope that y'all would be able to come, but we also are hoping for a good public turnout because we've been publicizing the event. So thank you very much.
So thank you all. Keep up the good work.
Mayor, can I just thank Ms. Conley real quick for inviting me? Ms. Conley, thank you very much for inviting me on this tour. I had a wonderful time and I learned a lot with you. So thank you very much.
It was a wonderful experience for me as well. And we spent 2.5 hours in the car together. And it was a great learning experience. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Robert Stice.
Good evening, Robert Stice, 1796 Windbrook Drive, Southeast. I want to talk about the cameras at the city high schools. When I was looking last month at staff, it seems like you were all a little bit undecided about that. I'm a historian as well, and I look at what was going on with Ben Franklin Times, Thomas Jefferson, et cetera, et cetera. You had a culture back there where everybody helped everybody else out. It was mostly farming. And that was, in my mind, all the way through my father's generation, the greatest generation in the 40s and 50s. And we started going off the track in the 60s and 70s, where we had the my generation, which was focused on baby boom generation, which was focused on sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Maybe that's where we went in the tank. But my opinion here, this is all about safety. This the cameras don't trigger speeding until they go at least 11 miles an hour over. I'm sure people are going much faster than that as well. There's no way that the police can be in front of 16 high schools. You just don't have the head count. You know, right now in Thomas Jefferson area, there was not 7,351,621 registered vehicles as of 2023. And you see how we drive out here and how insensitive we are. We got people actually running over other people and continue to go. We've as the one pastor said, I mean, we've taken God out of just about everything today, and hopefully we can regain that. But the issue is, again, safety. Mayor, you commented on, you saw somebody pass a school bus with stop signs open and just went by it. I've seen some horrific stuff. I think all of you have children. Is one child okay that they should get run over? Is that okay? I understand we have some libertarians here, but this is about safety. Okay, just think about that a minute. I have seen people, excuse me, but I've seen people hauling ass, okay, in a school zone. All of you probably have. This has nothing to do with your liberty or your rights. Again, this is about keeping kids safe. And I just want you to look at your own families and your own children, and would you roll the dice in that issue? It's a good system. They had an issue. They fixed that system. We're monitoring it. So taking this away, and I heard something that it cost upwards of over $800,000 to remove. Again, this is about your kids, my kids, and safety. So please give that due consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Christine Judakis.
Sorry, last couple of speakers were a lot more challenged than I am. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Christine Judakis, 792 Lee Road Southwest, Palm Bay, 32908. My comment tonight is about the concert in the park that took place last week at Fred Poppy Park. My husband and I took a ride over there at about 6 o'clock, which should have been smack dab in the middle of it. It should have been jumping. There were maybe 50 people, including city staff, vendors, The article that I read in the Palm Bayer about it told me that there was going to be lots of food trucks and vendors and a great band, free event for the family. There was one barbecue truck, one lemonade truck, one ice cream truck. There were maybe, as I said, 50 people. I got home about an hour later and I said, just for shits and giggles, I'm going to put a thing out on the Nextdoor app and see if anybody else agrees with me. Every single comment I got was, where was this posted? Where was this advertised? I knew nothing about it. The city never says where anything is. You have a marquee at the bottom of the Poppy Park sign. You couldn't even put concert in the park, Saturdays, 4 to 8. That wouldn't cost you a whole hell of a lot. What was the budget for the event last Saturday? And the line item specifically that I'm looking for in that budget is the advertising and marketing, because there was absolutely none done. In a city of 171,000 people, we ought to be able to get more than 25 or 50 to a park on a beautiful Saturday evening. It had nothing to do with the weather because it wasn't overly hot. It wasn't raining. It was a gorgeous evening. I've been in cities where we've had 17,000 residents. You advertise an event, you're going to get hundreds that show up. I can't understand where the breakdown was. I understand, Mayor, that you made a comment to one of the other, I think it was the cupcake lady, that, well, there was another event in downtown Melbourne. That was a 3-day event in downtown Melbourne. And I can guarantee you, if the concert in the park had been advertised and marketed better here in Palm Bay, it wouldn't have been a conflict, because you can't find parking in downtown Melbourne. Everything in downtown Melbourne is going to cost you money. This was a free event. There definitely should have been more people. To me, it was a waste of money to have the event for the number of people that attended. If you break it down, I'm going to say, let's say the budget was $3,000.
Thank you, man.
$600 per person to show up.
Santa Wright.
Good evening, Council. Santa Wright, PO Box 100154, Palm Bay, Florida 32910. I'm here today, very proud and honored to say that I'm a Cuban American, and I am very saddened by the division in our country, and I'm saddened by the division, period. Today, I'm here to announce that the state of Florida has graciously, proudly saying that they're going to celebrate Celia Cruz Day and put it into law on October the 21st. So State Bill 972 is in, and it's going to be heard and it's going to be approved. It has very good bipartisan support. I'm here today to celebrate the first annual Cuban Heritage Day at the Florida Capitol in the Plaza in Tallahassee, to celebrate our heritage and our legacy in this country, the legacy of Celia Cruz. For those of you who don't know, Celia Cruz is the queen of salsa. Cuban born, Cuban raised, and we're proud. State Representative Susan Valdez and the Florida Hispanic Chamber of Commerce announced the celebration of Cuban Heritage Day will be on April 16th, a vibrant event honoring Cuban culture and marking the 100th anniversary of the birth of the Queen of Salsa, Celia Cruz. This commemorative event is proudly sponsored by State Representative Susan Valdez in partnership with the Florida Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and United Coalition Council, 2 organizations from Palm Bay, Florida. I will be in Tallahassee and I will be celebrating my culture and my city. This landmark celebration promises to bring community together for a day filled with music, culture, and history. An iconic figure that the state of Florida will be recognizing, and our country honored her by doing a quarter with her image on it. First time in the history that a Cuban is on a quarter. We celebrate her centennial, and we celebrate her history, and we celebrate her performances and their traditional history that she has brought to the world. Her happiness and the exposure of our culture will never be matched. We invite the city of Palm Bay to please come and celebrate with us on April 16th from 12 to 6 p.m. at the Florida State Capitol, where we hope to have our governor and our Marco Rubio, our my goodness, I can't. Secretary of State, who happens to be Cuban, Republican, but we love him because he's Cuban. And I hope that this closes a division in this city council, because we are all Americans and we all have to celebrate our individual cultures, because nobody here is an American Indian, except maybe the gentleman that I don't. Sir, you are an American. We honor you, sir. So culture is very important. We celebrate it. And I hope you guys come and celebrate with the Cubans. We like to salsa and dance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Michael Brietti.
Michael Brietti, 742 Cornelia Avenue, Southeast.
They want to speak on both.
Good evening, council. I return this evening to speak on a matter that most of you are already aware of. Some of you even had the decency to come to my home to look at the damage from this storm drain, the previous storm drain, should I add. As most of you know, it was nothing but a hole. A 36-inch line going into a 21 back to the canal. What happens when you put water into a straw and put it into a cup of water? It doesn't go down. Simple physics. And it took Public Works to figure this out, not an engineer. What's really irking me right now is I came in here before the meeting to ask the city attorney, whom I was told to call after these visits, to see if she was going to take responsibility for the city, for my driveway. And she says to me, staff informs me, no, the damage wasn't done by this storm drain. What I want to know is who informed you of such? You can crawl into the goddamn sinkholes of my driveway because of the flooding. I've got all the videos and all the pictures just recently.
Sir, just address me and move.
Oh, I'm addressing Miss Smith. You've got nothing to do with it. It's her.
Yeah, but the proper protocol, sir, is address me and we'll take care.
What are you going to do about it? Are you going to do anything about it? I've addressed you. When we had the last flood that completely covered the front yard, and I'm on a 10-foot elevation because of that storm drain, I sent you pictures. What did you do? You referred me to Suzanne. Suzanne, she put into a risk assessment officers, and she says to me, we're not responsible for natural causes. How airheaded. It's the city property that destroyed my driveway. Is the city going to hold itself accountable? Let me know so I can either get a lawyer. Listen, I stepped out on this and I even said, listen, all you need to do is get Public Works over there, take the concrete, take it over here, clean concrete, you can get money for it. There goes. I'll step in. I'll do the prep. I'll do the forming. I'll even finish the concrete once you bring it. How much more can I extend myself here?
Thank you.
Listen, people need to be held accountable for this. I've tried calling her for 3 months. She ignored my calls. That's not how you treat a taxpayer.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Eileen Sepp.
Good evening. Eileen Sepp, 1230 Friel Road Northeast. I feel like I'm beating a dead horse a little bit because I was very disturbed by the actions that you took on the cameras. Every question that you guys asked was about how much money. There was nothing that proves safety when the cameras are punishing people for past actions. It's not stopping them from racing through a school zone. When I was on a Channel 6 News, they had me standing in front of a camera, and to be honest, I was 5 feet in front of it and I didn't see it. It's on a white pole. It's a white camera with a tiny little sign, white with little black letters. I couldn't find any warnings that it was in a school zone. And on Glenham, which is where I was, the school is not even visible. There's a fence and there's trees. You have to make a left turn and go maybe 100 yards to get to the school. There's no warnings. It's so much a money-making scheme. The things I propose, you could put speed bumpers where the school zones start. You could paint in the street that you're in a school zone and what the speed is. But the biggest advantage proven in Seminole County was to use these 3-foot by 8-inch stanchions poles. They're $350 a piece. That's in your face. You cannot miss it. Branches hanging in front of a school zone sign, if they were there, or speed things, you just don't see them. If you don't know you're in a school zone, I think it's unfair to the people of this city. And it just seems like the interest was more about how much money you can make from punishing people for past crimes. The intention of school zones is to make people stop and look and make sure that there's no kids running out in the middle of the street. What those cameras do is ridiculous. And I did consult some legal people, and they told me when you get stopped for speeding, you're entitled to ask to see the equipment, that it's calibrated properly and how it works. You can't do that with cameras. So potentially, if people knew that they had that right, you'd be looking at a class action suit. I've never gotten a ticket through this. So, it's not something personal that way. I am concerned that the best way is not what we're doing.
Thank you.
Kristen Lanzana.
Good evening, council members, city staff, residents. My name is Kristen Lanzana, a resident of Northwest Palm Bay, and I'm here tonight to continue advocating for transparency and accountability, specifically regarding the flock license plate readers in our city, and to clarify, this is not the school zone cameras that have been talked about endlessly. Since January, I have submitted public record requests and sought answers from city officials, yet each response raises more questions than it resolves. Ideally, I would like clear answers on how the cameras operate, where they're located, how their data is used, what oversight exists, and the costs associated with them, as well as data proving their necessity for law enforcement. But instead of a direct and open discussion, the issue has been repeatedly sidelined or bundled into broader topics. The glaring issue is that flock cameras were approved through the consent agenda, based on emails and phone calls. There was no public discussion or awareness. This policy is an overreach of power, directly infringing on our First Amendment right to free speech, while the program itself skirts dangerously close to violating our Fourth Amendment rights, the right against unreasonable searches. These are not hypotheticals. These are real pressing issues that deserve the council's full attention. The council has restricted public dialogue by allowing major decisions to be buried in the consent agenda where they are passed without meaningful discussion. And now, with the recent policy change regarding public comments, residents' ability to speak on these matters has been further limited. Florida law guarantees the right to be heard before official action is taken, yet Palm Bay's current process allows significant decisions
to pass without public input unless the council members choose to pull the agenda for discussion. This is about more than just cameras. It's about the lack of transparency around decisions that impact our community, such as the expansion of surveillance systems that are feeding into a nationwide database, which fractures public trust. That is why, for the fourth time, I'm standing here tonight asking a council member to sponsor the agenda item for April 3rd so this matter can finally be addressed openly. Now, prior to tonight's meeting, I was able to finally access the Flock contract. Thank you guys for getting me that. And I found that the contract is for 60 months, which is 5 years, which means the renewal, and according to the contract, this will happen automatically at the end of the period, unless a formal cancellation is submitted. That's going to bring us to August of this year. So if April 3rd is not a favorable date, can we commit to putting this on the agenda prior to that renewal? Residents deserve transparency, the opportunity to ask questions, and assurance that the decisions impacting their rights are made openly. If the council believes Flock cameras are in the best interest of Palm Bay, they should welcome this discussion. Residents should be allowed to speak on agenda items before they are voted on. This isn't just about Flock. It's about trusting in government. The people of Palm Bay deserve more than to be spoken at. They deserve to be heard. If public concerns continue to be ignored, what message does that send to the next generation? Transparency matters. Accountability matters. Our rights matter. Will any of you stand up for them? Thank you.
Next speaker.
Butch, Oren.
Good evening, Butch Oran, Butch Oran, 219 Trenton Avenue here in Palm Bay. At the last meeting, it was my understanding from the mayor that if you brought something forward to council, you'd be heard from, you'd be answered within 3 days by either email, phone call, some way. I had 3 issues that I addressed last time. I kind of got 2 answers, one from John McCall on the roads, the city attorney. She straightened me out on the flag issue, standing for the flag with students. The third one about the ethics thing, I got nothing from nobody. So all I get is silence. So I'd like to get an answer again on the ethics of one of the council members. I'm investigating or doing the study now to try and make it a true complaint. All I get online, I'm not a member of X or Twit, none of that stuff. Excuse me. So what I'd like to have, if possible, to get the true article that was put on whatever media it was put on, and not have to rely on the Space Coast rocket. I can't tell if it's true or false, but if I could see the actual article that everyone got all uptight about, then I could make an informed decision onto whether to file a Form of 50 or not. So if that could be done, and I'd be glad to talk with the individual if that works. My door's open. So I would like to have the actual articles and not have to rely upon fake news or whatever that rocket is. I mean, I can't find even where it's at anymore. And I think that's about, roads. There's got to be some kind of control over these major developments. I know you guys don't like the words moratorium. I'm going to bring it up again. On major developments, personal property development's a different story. Commercial, back it all the way. But you got to put the brakes on population. As a family member, I'd have loved to have 12 kids, but I couldn't afford it. So we didn't. So the city needs to get control of the population growth. We got enough houses, apartments being built as it is. So I would encourage one of you guys to stand up for moratoriums and go Florida. I think they got a chance.
Stand fast. Does that conclude
Yes,
your
I'm done.
comments, sir? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Stand fast still?
Yeah, no, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I just want to open myself up to, if he needs his questions answered, I'll get with him after the meeting or on the break.
Yeah, I think that's what he's looking for, sir.
Ruth Caulfield.
Good evening, council. My name is Ruth Caulfield, 935 Dudley Street Southeast. As a Brevard County Constitution coach, I'm a little disappointed in this city council who appear to know nothing about legislative. Article 1 of the Constitution is about the representation of citizens, which originates from Exodus 18:21, by the way, of citizens to be heard. A couple of members of this council have been known to say, and I'm paraphrasing, the council is elected and the citizens should just let us do our job. Sorry. Citizens elected you to represent them, the citizens. In order to do that, you must listen to them, solicit their information, make sure they're informed about what's going on in the city. They live here, they pay taxes. We should know exactly what's going on. So in order for us to do that, we have to come to the city council meeting, listen to the initial agenda, but now our final comments have been removed. So at what point in time, I did not get an email or a postcard or any such communication stating that that was going to happen. So I didn't know it was going to happen. Y'all voted just because you just don't want to be here after 9 o'clock. Okay, that's the information I've been hearing, seeing. I watch it online. I get it. I'm here too. So that's ridiculous. So my solution, I won't witch about something unless I have a solution, is we need to have more workshops. We need to have more surveys. We need to have more additional communication with the citizens before the city council meetings if you just can't be here after 9. So we need more interaction with the council and with staff and being able to get stuff done around here. So one issue, the second issue I want to talk about is stop approving projects that are going to add cars to our roads. Don't approve any more projects that is going to provide any more impact to our infrastructure. We cannot handle it. The entire county is at the same problem. So don't approve any projects. Don't even accept any. Don't give any more permits. Don't give any more. Don't promote anything for the county because it's going to look bad if we have to want to promote the city, but we can't deliver on anything. If people want to come in here and have a business, if people want to come in here and be a part of the community, we can't deliver because we don't have the infrastructure. That looks worse than anything else. Thank you.
Hello. You want? Okay. She wants to wait till another part of the meeting.
Oh,
I got it. Yeah.
Oh,
it says public comments, but I know what she wants.
Okay. So you want to speak on an agenda item? All right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Item number 4. Deputy Mayor. Next speaker.
That concludes the cards.
Okay. So we're now, gentlemen, anyone wish to pull any consent items?
4 and 6, Mayor.
Who's that? 4
and 6.
Any others? I need a motion.
Motion to approve the consent agenda with the removals of items 4 and 6.
I'll second that.
I got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Hammer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Passes 5-0. Okay. We're now on public hearings. Madam Smith. Any comments?
Oh, no, sir. There's
We're
nothing
now
to
on
read.
public hearings number 1. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2025-11, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending, vacating and abandoning a portion of the rear 20-foot public utility and drainage easement located within Lot 1, Block 2425, Port Malabar Unit 45, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 22, page 18 of the public records of Brevard County, Florida, and legally described herein, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing now. I have Mr. Morgan present this case.
Yes, staff is available for any questions on this matter. It's your second reading on this matter.
Thank you. Any questions, council? No, not yet. Are you going to present it, miss, or no?
You don't need
Okay, all right. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Step forward, Master Chief. I saw you walking up, ma'am, so I thought you were going to. Okay.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. One more time, it's a variance, and I understand, I appreciate your statement that that's why we have this process. So if an individual wants to bring it to council, then that's what the process is for. I understand that 100%. Right? In this case, I'm speaking in favor of it, and I'm kind of biased in my opinion, and that bias comes from knowing this individual for 22 years, working at Florida Institute of Technology. And the way I look at it is if anybody can make concrete float, then this individual should at least get his variance. I worked with this man for 22 years, and I think we should go ahead and grant him his variance. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? That's a huge endorsement, sir, just so that you know. Just so that you know. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
So moved.
Seconded.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Langevin. Any discussion, gentlemen? All
No,
in
sir.
favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. We're now on item number 2, Ms. Smith.
Ordinance 2025-12, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, vacating and abandoning a portion of the rear 20-foot public utility and drainage easement located within Lot 15, Block 1500, Port Malabar Unit 31, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 17, page 32 of the public records of Brevard County, Florida, and legally described herein, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing, and Mr. Morgan.
Yes, staff is available if you have any questions. This is a second reading.
Any questions, council? Seeing none, anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? As I scan the audience, I don't see anyone wanting to speak. I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Langevin, second by Councilman Johnson. Any discussion, gentlemen? Or as you were, Councilman Hammer. Let the records reflect it's Councilman Hammer. Councilman Johnson is over the phone. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Councilman Johnson, you still there?
Aye.
Copy that. Thank you. Passes 5-0. We're now on item number 4. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2025-13. An ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the 2045 Comprehensive Plan to change the future land use map designation from low-density residential use, LDR, to industrial use, IND, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing. Mr. Morgan.
Yes, we have our Growth Management Director, Lisa Frazier, to give you an orientation to this item.
Thank you, sir. Madam Frazier.
Hi, good evening, gentlemen. As read, the ordinance is amending the city's comprehensive future land use map. I'm sure, Brian, would you mind Do I have the clicker? Oh, here it is. I'm sorry, sir. Thank you. Okay, here we are. Excuse me. We're amending it's a small scale comprehensive plan, future land use map amendment from low density residential to industrial for the southernmost 15.4 acres of a 36-acre parcel. There we go. That might show right there. So it's this parcel here, which is over here. So it's single family residential, but it's joined to this parcel here, which is already industrial, they own both parcels and they just want to combine them so that they may be able to provide their business here. Okay, so it's a whole 36-acre parcel in the same industrial land use to allow for the proposed development of a tree and landscape recycling facility. The applicant states that this tract will not be utilized for the proposed facility operations, but must be under the same land use and zoning so it can be utilized for wetland preservation and stormwater management with St. John's River Water Management District. And the applicant is willing to make this a condition of approval. So to be clear, they need to have the same land use, the same zoning, which will follow, and join the properties so that they may utilize them for this business. So the northern 20.6 acres of this property was part of a city-initiated large-scale map amendment and rezoning in 2001, which included a contiguous 67 acres along the Foundation Park Boulevard Southeast corridor. This amendment was the result of the city's efforts to create and enhance commercial and industrial corridors throughout the city in accordance with the goals established in the city's comprehensive plan. So again, in the applicant, I'm going to hopefully not mess this up, here you go, is proposing that this piece, again, here in the yellow, become industrially zoned or land used, I apologize, and joined to this piece, which is already industrially zoned. And as the applicant will present, the rear half, if not 75% of the property is a jurisdictional wetland, which has been delineated and will go under a conservation easement with St. John's River Water Management District, along with the buffers. And they wish to potentially utilize this small northern half for their stormwater management plan. But I'll let the applicant, of course, provide those type of details to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions, Council? Deputy Mayor, you good? Any questions, gentlemen?
I have,
As you were, he has one.
so
Councilman Ham.
the homes that are located on Babcock are just going to have a wetland and stormwater management in their backyard, correct?
Pretty much, yes, sir. So this whole area was all platted a long time ago, but never developed because that's all very, very wet. And it's a whole wetland system in through here. There are homes to the south, and there are some residential that back up to this wetland. But as you see, some are also commercial establishments along there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moyer?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening,
Good
Council. Bruce Moya with MBV Engineering representing the applicant who is in the audience. Because we're asking for three things, I'm going to go ahead and talk about all three things that we're asking for. So when they brought this project to me, there was, before I got involved, there was a previous engineer. They did a design, went to the city and said, this is what we want to do. And they had, when they found out that they were going to put even a portion of the improvements in that south part of the project, they said, you can't do that, not even the retention pond. So the other engineer kind of lost interest. They hired me. And so what we're asking for is to, one, change the land use to industrial, two, change the zoning to industrial, and then three, give us a conditional use because the use that we're asking for is a conditional use in that zoning. You don't have a zoning where this use is actually a permitted use. So we have to get all three. So the point is that even though it's zoned and land use residential, and We don't, even if we don't put a building, we don't do any active uses on that part of the property. It has to have the same zoning to even have a stormwater pond or landscaping. So what we're proposing, because of the location that it's in, and the whole property is owned by the applicant now, and what they want to do is do a recycle facility for green waste, basically clearing debris. You know, you did a lot of development in Palm Bay. Some people like it, some people don't, obviously. But we think it's a very much needed facility, especially in South County, to prevent the trucking of land clearing debris through the north part of the city to where they can now bring it here. Because the only other facilities in Melbourne. So they'd have to truck it all the way through the city of Palm Bay, trucks, big trucks, and take it all the way through the city to Melbourne. So it's a much needed. I think it's a great location. It's going to prevent a lot of traffic from going through the main part of the city and keep it here locally, and also reducing the amount of burning that goes on large lots. Where that's another way you can get rid of land clearing debris. They can bring it here, they recycle it, they make mulch out of it, and they haul it out. So, and obviously when you have any kind of emergency, situation where you have a hurricane, you've got a place to bring your clearing debris. And what we're proposing to do, even though it's a lot of land, there is a big wetland there. And we know that there's residences to the south, and we met with them twice. We're proposing to have 1,000-foot buffer from our south property line, where all we're going to do in there is do wetland preservation and mitigation enhancement, stormwater, and tree mitigation and preservation. That's it. No activities, no buildings, no anything. So basically keep it the way it is, and even go and enhance the wetland by putting it in the conservation, because there are some wetlands on the industrial property that we will be mitigating for, and we can do that by making that wetland better, taking out the invasives and putting it into conservation, so it's preserved forever. So that's the plan. I'm gonna not go too much more into detail, as I know a lot of the residents will want to speak on this, so I'll come back after the fact. What I would like to do though, these are two maps. One shows where the existing facility is, the first page. Right now, they're currently operating in the town of Malabar, right on the city limits line, next to the Mercury Cove apartment complex. I'm sure you guys know where that is, off of Mercury Avenue. They've been there for a few years. They have a DEP permit. They've had DEP inspections. We've had no complaints from the neighbors that are directly abutting it. There's no buffer whatsoever from that large neighborhood to the west in the city of Palm Bay. And so they want to relocate it. And if you kind of see on that first map, you can see a little red spot on the bottom left. That's the site. So when you open it, you can see the site we're looking at. It's not that far away. It's just a little bit south and west on the other side of A1A and back, 95 and back. So unless you have any questions, I'm going to go ahead and let the public have their input, and I'll come back up and address some.
Councilor, any questions thus far?
No, Mayor.
Seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you. And stay closer. There may be an opportunity for you to come back. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Well,
it's not quasi judicial.
This one's not quasi judicial. The other one, number 5. Anyone can speak on this item without a card. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, gentlemen. My name is Rachel Dinsler. I live at the 1185 Deerfield Street. So my residence is within 500 feet of this development. So I'm close, and I'm on well water. So my resident, again, is 500 feet of the proposed development. Its change in zoning would be a violation of the Palm Bay 2045 Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Element, which was put into effect June 10th, 2023. Part of this critical planning was to zone areas appropriately for the smart growth of the city. Of the 10 elements of the comprehensive plan, Element 6, conservation element, is relevant to this matter as the goal of this element is to maintain the environmental character of Palm Bay through conservation, appropriate use, and the protection of the natural resources of the city. An objective 1.1c states the city shall maintain tree protection regulations to sustain natural vegetative filters for air pollution. Even though the proposed development is keeping one of the wetlands, they didn't tell you they're destroying 2 others. And they impact the St. John's waterway. They will be cutting down many trees, such as cypress trees, in these areas targeted for removal. In objective 1.2i, it states that the city shall develop land use criteria and performance standards to keep hazardous industrial materials out of ground and surface waters. Manufacturing operations that process raw wood generate wood residue such as bark, sawdust, shavings, wood chips, and offcuts. Although wood residue comes from a natural source, it is not found in the natural environment in this state. There's clear scientific evidence that wood residue can negatively impact the environment, contaminate water, and destroy fish habitat. In the presence of water, fragmented woods such as sawdust or wood chips can result in the discharge of contaminants. Wood residue leachate, which is runoff, is produced when water percolates or flows through wood residue. Numerous studies have investigated the toxicity of wood leachate from logs and wood mulching at wood recycling facilities. When these facilities use water to spray on the wood during processing, or when there's precipitation from a rainstorm, particles from bark and wood are carried by the water and become part of the site runoff. The more the precipitation, the greater the risk for contamination. Research has shown that sawdust from processing wood chips is predominantly released within the first 24 hours of leaching, with approximately 90% of the sawdust being discharged during this period. The wood waste and the runoff transforms into various harmful compounds such as phenols, mentholated phenols, benzoic acid, benzoyl alcohol, terpenes, and tropanols. Wood residue may also produce hydrogen sulfide and ammonia under oxygen poor conditions.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? I saw Judy. Judy, you're next, ma'am. Okay. So get closer, man.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Councilman.
Can you get the
Marianne
mic
Goodine.
closer to you, ma'am? Bring it. Yes,
I
ma'am.
don't need it down. Marianne Goodine, 1591 Oakfield Ave. No, I'm good. Yes. Good evening. I want to express my opposition to rezoning requests for the parcel of land recently acquired by Foundation Park Recycling Center. While I understand the need for responsible development and recycling initiatives, I strongly believe that the proposed zoning is inappropriate for the area and should be denied. As it stands, a portion of the land is zoned for industrial use, which may accommodate certain operations. However, the other section is currently zoned rural residential, reflecting in its intended use for residential and lower impact purposes. Allowing a recycling facility in this area would fundamentally alter the character of the community and negatively impact the surrounding properties. The developer should have chosen a location that already supports their intended use instead of seeking to change the existing zoning regulations to fit their project. Rezoning to allow for an industrial operation in a rural residential area sets a concerning precedent and raises several issues, including the increased traffic, which we've heard plenty of that tonight, noise pollution, environmental concerns, and a potential decrease in property values for us residents. I urge you and the appropriate decision-making authorities to consider the long-term implications of this rezoning request and to uphold the current zoning designation, protecting our community's character and ensuring that the industrial operations are confined to properly zoned areas is essential for maintaining a balanced and sustainable development strategy. I thank you for your time. I appreciate your commitment to responsible land use and planning and trust that you will make a decision that aligns with the best interests of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Judy Trandall, 751 Pebble Beach Avenue Northeast. Just 2 weeks ago, I happened to be at a facility that processes landscape residue. I was fascinated because there was no smell. It is called Air Burners. They are manufactured in Stuart, Florida, and it is smokeless. They use pyrolysis, low oxygen to no oxygen burning. There's no smoke. The only odor I could detect was like what you would smell from a fireplace in the distance. They used battery operated loaders, so there was no noise on the equipment. They take the landscape, they put it in these big air burners. It has an air curtain, and it provides a valuable product called biochar. Biochar can extend the life of cement. It can help the earth with less fertilizers. But my concern is I would love to see the city of Palm Bay use biochar as an additional filter to the baffles for the water treatment and the storm water that go into the estuary. It takes out nitrogen, phosphorus, chemicals, pharmaceuticals. It's basically the same thing when you have a refrigerator filter, you have a charcoal filter. That's what biochar does. And they are using it in municipalities. It is such a diverse product. And the product, if the processor sells it to homeowners or anybody, it's like $150 a cubic foot. Now, using that property for mulch, one thing I learned, that produces fine dust for 48 hours, and it is a air hazard. And I'm worried about the wetlands and the animals and the birds all involved in that property, because that dust will act like a bentonite clay and destroy the wetlands. So I'm asking you to consider that, and I'm asking the owner to consider biochar. You gotta do it.
Next speaker.
Eileen Stepp, 1230 Friel Road Northeast. Judy and I went to this facility together to see a demonstration of some of their new products. I've been in touch with Public Works, and what they've seen so far they like. I have gotten it scheduled for the Sustainability Board to review it on April 30th. What I'm asking for in this first part is that any decisions on this plot of land be postponed until we come with a more ecologically viable product. I would like you to see what it can do. The things that I discussed with Public Works were the biochar, which is 97% effective in removing toxins. And also in its production, as Judy was saying, the nanoparticles are carcinogenic, mostly causing lung cancer and breast cancers. And the burn, that they stay in the air for at least 48 hours. This, nothing comes out. And it takes, you don't have to dry the product, the biomass. You can just throw it with leaves, cut and put it in. And it actually, if the city wants to use it and give it away, if you have enough of it, you can fill the swales with it. And one thing I asked at the last meeting was to require that developers use this instead of fertilizer. What it does is it eliminates weeds. There's no chemicals. It lasts forever. It does not erode. If we put it in the swales, in the canals, I also found out from Public Works that they used to filter the culverts. They haven't been able to because they don't have the proper tea bags or, to fill with the biochar. So I have contacted someone who can have them made. Our culverts are different sizes. They need to know the size and the diameter of the canals. If we put these in every culvert, by the time the water gets to the treatment area, it's the cleanest water you will ever see. We can put it into the baffle boxes along with other things. There's a lot of other solutions. I had signed up for this in the next one, because I wanted to be thorough on it. But I think it's important that if you can possibly delay it until you have a chance to review something that will be clean and healthy and good for this city. Because the people who live around that, it's not really fair to them to have to live with
Thank you.
mulching.
Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Please step forward, sir. And Master Chief, you're next. And then you, okay.
Hi, my name's Vitaly Brinzo.
Yeah, bring the mic close to you, sir.
My name's Vitaly Brinzo. I'm at 15850 Oakfield Avenue Southeast. And I have some issues with this so-called green recycling. So it's a misnomer, and would you like to see a photo?
Yeah, you can bring it up if you want. Sure. I'll show it to the rest of the count. Go ahead, get back on the mic, sir.
This is a mountain of mulch that stretches for hundreds of feet, and it's been stored there for quite a few months. And that is what the so-called green recycling is supposed to be. In reality, it's a polluting mulching operations, reprocessing or processing waste wood, and that's off a cleared land or scraped off driveways or whatever storm damage you have. And it has many chemicals in it, and it's not used in a true, people that use mulch, they don't buy this stuff. It's not healthy for the plants. The true bark comes from pristine forests. The bark is peeled off the trees, and that's where you get the true mulch from at Home Depot, Lowe's, all those places. And now this operation is located in Malabar, and currently, and they had a fire there, last year, and Palm Bay had fire trucks there for 3 days putting the fire out. Now, as far as we know, it was a spontaneous combustion, but there has been some talk about arson. But interestingly, the only thing that burned was the mulch, none of the equipment or anything else burned there. So spontaneous combustion happens when wet products sit and they ferment. And interestingly, one of the things that actually makes spontaneous combustion worse is palm leaves. You wouldn't think that would be the case, but that is a fact. Palm waste makes spontaneous combustion more dangerous. And the trees, coarse ground, don't really make that much of a product with it. Now, the people that live near that, as you can see, there's apartments there that are near there, interviewed the people there, and none of them, there's only one person that would actually give a name, and his name was Savan in the apartment 2201 across the street. And he said he didn't notice much noise during the day, but the dust was tremendous because they operate, and the dust, wood fiber dust, goes everywhere, and it's a carcinogen recognized by the E EPA.
Thank you. Now, you said you live on Babcock?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No, I don't live on Babcock.
Where do you live?
I live on Oakfield Avenue.
Oakfield,
Southeast.
okay.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
can I have that? Do you need
Well, I was gonna pass it on. Did you want, you can keep it, sir. Okay, okay.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. I'm in turmoil on this one. I see a positive and a negative with it. So I have a couple of items I'd like to address with that. The first one is, if you're noticing in your packet, you don't see a recommendation from your planning and zoning board on this landmass change. And that was because it came to a tie and we didn't have enough people in city council. We came up with a tie so we could not get it passed. And I put that fault on you guys. So you couldn't get a recommendation from planning and zoning. Next item was the fact that item number 6, which is related to this, you're asking for an April 3rd because it ties together. If you're working with this, if you change this one, then that's going to have an impact on the following items that come into play. So that's why, so I have to make a statement as if it was being passed on item number 6. And that statement being because they're asking for a conditional use. If they fail to meet the criteria by which they're admitting and agreeing to, can they lose that conditional use then because they didn't maintain the guidelines from which they agreed to? That's the first question before you either decide pass or fail on this one. The next item was that individuals talking about biochar coming up. This company, if it did come into play, have the ability to be the raw material to make the biochar from. So it could be a dual process win-win. On the other side of this one is I look for the rural residential residents that live there, because that's the way my lifestyle is. Do I want that next to me? And unfortunately, that's the worst excuse not for doing something is it's a great product, just not in my neighborhood. And so this is why you are getting paid the big bucks. I hope I presented enough pro and con for your decision to be made on a wise one, but it's also pro-industrial, but I fight for my rural residential land protection. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Vernon Densler, 1185 Deerfield Street, Southeast. So over the past few years, they've been attempting to get this project going, as Bruce said. We've been through 2 engineers, 4 citizen meetings. None of our concerns have been addressed. As a matter of fact, not all of them actually are on the forms that have been submitted, which is not right. A lot of the information given has been vague, inaccurate. Several issues with their current operations have been uncovered by the work that we've done, and we'll get into more of that in the next one. The change is in direct conflict with policy FLU 1.2a. City shall maintain development regulations to implement this comprehensive plan. Regulations shall include standards which at a minimum regulate the density, intensity, and range of usage by establishing zoning district regulations, ensuring compatibility between uses consistent with the definition of compatibility found in section 163. The whole thing, state statute. Part C of that is protect natural resources. Of course, compatibility, according to the state, says it's a condition which land uses and conditions can coexist in relative proximity to each other in a stable fashion over time, that no such condition is unduly negatively impacted or directly or indirectly by another condition. Obviously, the wetlands on our properties are going to be impacted. FL 1.7D, continue to evaluate and monitor industrial uses to ensure their impacts on natural resources, public facilities, and public in general are mitigated to the best and greatest extent practicable and comply with all local, state, and federal air and water quality standards. 2.1b, following land uses and activities shall be prohibited from locating within 200 feet of any public water utility, well prime, or aquifer recharge areas, stormwater discharge retention, detention facilities, any industrial or commercial activities that utilize, generate, or store any hazardous constituents, and sanitary landfills. Con 1.1.21, city shall develop land use criteria and perform standards to keep hazardous industrial material out of groundwater and surface waters. We will get into a lot more detail on this as we are going to be doing the full quasi judicial next one, and I am representing us in that. But you have the ability to stop this right now. If you guys vote no on this, it's done. You're protecting our wetlands, you're protecting our properties, our houses, and our lives. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Please step forward, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You could definitely do that, ma'am. There's a
Height.
button.
It
Yes,
says
ma'am.
height. I can
Yes,
read.
ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Irene Green Murphy. I'm a resident of 1585 Oakfield Avenue Southeast. My partner had mentioned to you that we had gone over to where the site was in the neighborhood, and he spoke to one gentleman who was willing to give us his name. However, I was with him and we drove around the complexes there and we spoke to numerous people. And if you don't mind, I'm going to just cite what I heard the conversations to be. The gentleman he spoke to also had stated the dust was a problem, that his aunt has asthma and has had difficulty breathing there. We spoke to numerous other residents at the Mercedes Cove apartment complex right behind. No one at the residential area gave their names. However, in building 421, an elderly woman states she has one lung. She stays indoors mostly because of the noise during the day and the dust. In building 481, a gentleman in his 40s and 50s who doesn't speak English asked us to speak to his relative, an 18-year-old female. She says it's very dusty and they stay in most of the time. Building 491, a female around 25 of age was walking her dogs. She states she works all day, so she can't comment on the noise. However, at night, there's a very weird smell. A female in her 20s or 30s states she visits her sister and nephew, and her sister and nephew have developed severe allergies because of the dust. A male, 30 years old, was working on his car and stated he and his wife's car on many days has blankets of dust on their vehicles. So these are people in that area that are definitely stating that they're having major problems. And we are in this neighborhood right behind them. My partner's 80, I'm 70, with many different issues. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Like this, we like
If you want to hand it to us, I could pass it on. Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Ella Austin and I live at 1599 Oakfield Avenue, Southeast. On my form, I said I would like to speak after all these people because I know they had all the information that I would have loved to say. But they are the engineers and I do not know anything. The main thing that I know is that I have at least 5 acres that's undeveloped, which is bordering with where they want to put that recycling plant. And that is residential. So if my kids decide to build on there, they will not be able to because of the dust, the smell, and whatever else that's going to be there. I live south of there also, and I'm not the healthiest person. So as soon as they start building, I will either die earlier than I'm supposed to because of this. The traffic is very bad on Babcock. We have to use Babcock to go. With all these trucks going back and forth on Babcock Street, it's going to be terrible because they're going to have those dumpsters going in and out of whatever avenue. Foundation. What street is this? Foundation. So we have to take consideration of all this that's going on. The main thing is our health. And with what I'm hearing that's going on in Malabar, we will not be able to enjoy the little properties that we have for now because we'll be able to go outside. So I'm speaking strongly on voting against having it done. Thank you.
Ma'am, can I ask you, those 5 acres that you own, does that border Babcock Street South? Where's those 5 acres?
The 5
just trying-
acres,
yeah.
when you come into
Is it to
Oakfield,
the west of Oakview?
no, it's Oakfield. You come up all of Oakfield. Now, Oakfield is this way. Most of us are on Oakfield.
I see that. Where's that
That
property of
5
5
acres is right behind my house.
South.
North of my house.
North of your house.
It's north of my
Oh,
house.
so that clear.
So it's part of my property.
Okay, I'm tracking.
So
that.
in all, I would have like 7.5 to
Okay.
8 acres.
Thank you,
So
ma'am.
my house is on 2.5, and the
And then
rest
the
is
rest is
behind.
understood. Okay, I'm tracking now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker. Okay, time for your rebuttal, sir. Some of those questions. Well,
Thank you.
first,
Yeah.
let me ask you.
Yes, sir.
That you did, and I noticed you had 2 meetings.
Yes, sir.
That I've got copies of. Right, you might have done more before that, but one of the residents mentioned that none of the issues that they brought at these meetings, these citizen participation meetings, none of those items were addressed.
Yeah,
That
I
they
don't,
bought.
I don't,
Okay.
I don't agree that that's accurate. I'm going to explain why.
Okay.
So, the existing facility exists in Malabar, and it's just on a vacant piece of property. There's no buffers. There's no real regulation. There was no land development regulations like the city of Palm Bay has. So, in order to be consistent and in compliance with your land development regulations or your comprehensive plan, is that you have land development regulations that you've created for just this type of thing. So we can't operate within 250 feet of the boundary of the property. That's not happening in Malabar. That's going to happen here because that's the requirement that you have in your code. So there won't be any piles, there won't be any equipment. There's a 250-foot minimum buffer around the entire perimeter, and then we're giving a 1,000-foot buffer. You've been doing this a long time, Mr. Mayor. Have you ever had a project give anybody a 1,000-foot buffer? So that's pretty major. And not only are we going to keep the trees and the wetlands the way they are, we're going to enhance it and put more trees. So there won't be just a property boundary between the use and the residents. There's going to be a lot of trees that you won't be able to see. There'll be retention ponds that will take any of the runoff and treat it before it's discharged. There'll be fire protection here in the city that we're going to bring to this property that they don't have in Malabar. There's no fire protection. There's no water there. They have to have their own water truck in case there is a fire. Here, we're going to have hydrants, and we're going to have, your fire department's going to review it and make sure that we operate under your code to make sure that we are very specific on how we're going to have fire prevention methods on the site. And by providing that buffer, I think that we deal with the air quality issues. I think we deal with the compatibility issue. So I think that, and that was kind of the biggest part of it. So that's a pretty big offer, I think, a 1,000-foot buffer to keep it natural, enhance it, and add trees to it to make it even better. So I understand, I understand. I mean, we've been doing this a long time. To have an industrial use next to a residential property is unusual, but we're not doing an industrial activity next to residential property. We're doing mitigation and preservation and enhancement. So all we want to do is really use a portion of that property that they own for stormwater and landscaping and tree mitigation to enhance and protect so that the use that is on the industrial property, and I don't even know what other industrial uses you could put on that property, to make the whole property work together and I think protect the surroundings and the environment. And I think it's a pretty low intensity use. There's a lot more industrial use that can go on that property that would generate a lot more traffic. So I think this is pretty low intensity. If there's any questions on the process, Mr. Cram is here to answer any questions about how they operate and things of that nature. But as far as compatibility, I believe it's very compatible. Very compatible. So unless you have any other questions, I'm going to pass it. They're getting a lot of handouts today, aren't you? I'm gonna give you some more. This happened to be at the planning and zoning meeting that the DEP inspector came out to the site that day, unannounced. And you can see from his notes, it says it was a good, clean site. So they operate in compliance with the DEP conditions. They're regulated by the state, they're inspected by the state, and they have to abide by the state standards. Also attached to that is the fire reports from the town of Malabar and the city of Palm Bay. And there was no mention of spontaneous combustion. We don't know what started the fire. We have our suspicions. I think we talked about that at planning and zoning. Besides that, staff has recommended approval. The planning and zoning board did not recommend denial. They tied. They didn't approve it or deny it. They did approve the conditional use. So they like the use. They just couldn't come to a decision on land use and zoning. So, well, they did. It was a 3-1 vote. Yeah. So unless you have any other questions, I think I'm done.
Okay. Council have any questions this gentleman?
I do have one. So
Mr.
tonight is
Moyer?
just, yeah. So tonight is just to change this area to a residential, or from residential to conservation.
Well, we have to zone industrial, but
yeah,
but we will.
Ma'am, thank you.
But it will be deemed a conservation area.
That is our intent. That is what we are telling you that we were going to do as a condition of approval. We were going to put that into conservation. Yes.
And is that something we can place inside the permit itself, that it stays conservation?
That's, yeah, we put that on the plan, and that's in writing. You have that in writing in your package.
Thank you.
That's something for the attorney to make sure. Okay. Any other questions of Mr. Moy? Thank you, sir. I'd like to talk a little bit about the process. Come on up.
I speak briefly.
So, yes, sir. Carry on.
Just in regards to some of the concerns.
Yes, please.
Cram, 2640 Smith Lane.
Quick, get that. You're taller, so you might want to bring that up so we could hear you.
Michael Cram, 2640 Smith Lane. So one of the big concerns is traffic. Currently, we operate off of Conveyor, where all the traffic turns onto Babcock at a very poor intersection. Conveyor and Babcock is very, very poor. Using the industrial area that has divided highways, turn signals, also access to San Filippo would actually divert traffic. So all these vehicles are currently being used and currently doing every single day. So using Palm Bay's designed industrial area is proper use in my eyes. The fire, I actually have videos not displayed, but the material is green that's on fire. So spontaneous combustion doesn't normally happen with green material. That's why we believe it to be arson. The fire departments, both Palm Bay and Malabar, were on scene. Both commended us in how we controlled that fire. It didn't damage any outer properties. It's staying confined in just the area. In fact, the mulch next to it, which I have pictures, just not on display, never caught on fire. But it's a concern. We don't ever want things to catch on fire regardless. And what we did was we used our excavators and we put the fire out and monitored the fire. And Palm Bay and Malabar frequently came in just to see how things were going, commending us on what we did, stating that there's nothing that we could have done. You guys did an amazing job. When a fire does happen, such as that, I myself am there at midnight, 2 o'clock in the morning. I pay employees. There's people there 24 hours a day if there was a problem, because I care. I'm not just trying to burn the forest down. And in fact, I own 35 acres of land next to the current facility, and I own a home that abuts the facility. The neighboring property that's within 100 feet of operating is the apartment complex Mercury Cove. There has been no formal complaints. I do understand that some people might have made those complaints. However, there's been no formal complaints to the city that I'm aware of, and neither from the Malabar side as far as dust or contaminants. We make a variety of materials. We make compost, which is very helpful. We make topsoil. So there is large piles. What the piles are, unfortunately, these people don't know what the piles are in particular. They may assume or they may believe, but piles are all sorts of different things. The mulch is made, created. It goes to people that bag it for Home Depot, and it sells in Home Depot. Ironically, I bought 12 bags of mulch from Home Depot yesterday for my own home. And in that, I found a large chunk of wood with mold on it, which I have a picture on my phone if you wanted to see it. So it actually says on the bag that this mulch is created within 100 miles of the local store. So the mulch that goes in your flower beds is the mulch that we're creating. So as far as crazy contaminants, I don't believe so. Again, we're bagging it and putting it in Home Depot, and Home Depot selling it to the entire city, state, country. Really, that's our daily operations. I'm there every day out there. We have about 10 employees on site. Those employees live and work in Palm Bay. I started my business in Palm Bay originally and grew my business in Palm Bay. So we're creating jobs and doing what Palm Bay wants us to do and be a part of. Recycling material. That's what better than to waste.
What can you tell me about the dust?
The majority of the dust on site comes from vehicles leaving and going. It's not from the machine making mulch. It comes from essentially asphalt millings. When they get mixed in with dirt, they become dusty. So right now we operate a facility with no electricity. We use generators. We do have our own fire truck and water truck to water the roads and maintain it. It is a little difficult because our water source is far away, so we don't water the roads as much as I want to. And again, for me and my employees and my mother that works out there daily, I would want the dust kept at a minimum anyways. So we haven't had anybody go to the hospital from the dust or had any real concerns. The guys don't say they won't work in the dust, but there is measures that I would take because I pride myself in creating successful businesses that have lots of options for water, and I would want an irrigation system on my own property just to make it more efficient, which would help monitor dust.
So is that something that you're practicing today or you're willing to practice?
That's something I would like to practice. Right now I'm on leased land, so I'm limited to what I can do. I can't put a well in, I can't, or I may be able to do those things, but I'd be investing into a property that I don't own.
I think the residents, that was one of the issues. I know.
Yeah.
But
so we would
concern is
practice
that dust. Now, you know, I feel like I'm like Master Chief Batten, right? Because that biocharge is such a huge benefit to our community, and yet the dust could be harmful. So that is a responsibility of the business owner.
Right.
So how would you keep that down? Just by watering it down?
So more watering of the road, again, installing a sprinkler system of a sort. Again, I don't believe the dust travels 1,000 feet to where these people live. The motion to rezone the back of the property, we only are utilizing the very north end of that back property. So those wetlands stay the way they are. DEP, who's your Department of Environmental Protection, have been out to our site. They actually recently complained, and they came out the same day as the P&Z meeting. And again, giving us nothing but kudos for how we run our site. So DEP is the government sanction that monitors what goes on out there. And we've been approved and been called a staple facility in my least not proper full site state that I want to create in my new location.
Yeah, and so it's I love to hear your heart of what you're willing to do to put the residents even more at peace. If you know, watering it down brings a sense of peace where keep the park particles down. I think that in and of itself is commendable, right?
Right.
So I'm hearing the distance, and then you're willing to go an extra mile
Correct.
to reduce any notion of any dust particles floating out.
Correct.
Is that
Yes, sir.
accurate?
And at P&Z, there was complaints about like the road at Sarnold landfill being dusty, and we blow our road. We want to blow our road more. We want to maintain it. If there's sticks in the road, I actually pull over and pick them up and put them in my truck. I mean, we want to practice a good business.
And being a good neighbor.
Of course.
Councilman Johnson, do you have any questions at this time?
Not for Mr. Cram, just for the fire chief.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, council? Thank you, sir. I appreciate your presentation. Thank you. Fire Chief, Mr. Morgan.
Yes, Deputy Chief McKee would come up and answer the question from Councilman Johnson.
Councilman, he's on the lectern.
Thank you, Mayor. And good evening, sir. I just, based off all the feedback we received and from the previous situations regarding everything going on with this company, do you have any concerns with them moving into this location as the residents do?
To my knowledge, we do not have any concerns.
And why do you not have any concerns?
Why don't you have any concerns? He asked.
We do not have any concerns based on the information that we received in the past, the fire that we actually had out there. We did not have a lot of support staff out there that would needed to handle that situation. So I don't see any reason to say anything negative about this.
That's good for me, Mayor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions while the Deputy Chief is here? Okay. Carry on, sir. Thank you. Okay, Council, I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion for discussion.
I got a motion by Councilman Hammer. What is the motion for discussion? To approve?
To approve, yes.
Okay. I got a motion by Councilman Hammer.
Second.
I got a second by Councilman Johnson. Go ahead, Councilman Hammer.
The first thing I want to say is I am located on Underhill, which, if you know wind in Palm Bay, it blows east to west. That's going right into my house. I am very, very interested in the water for, the water solution for that, because the dust will affect my home. It is closer than everybody that has said anything here tonight. But what I also do know is we need business here in Palm Bay. And this is an industrial area. And where we're talking about on this one, for instance, is a place where I go walk with my kids. So if we can get that to stay conservation and be somewhere that can be helped out, because this is residential. So it's Palm Bay, it's going to get built. If I have a chance to have a say in it staying commercial, keeping some green space, keeping some wetland on this one here, I'm going to be for it.
Thank you. Councilman Johnson?
Nothing else to add, Mayor. I just wanted to confirm with our fire department, being that they will be the ones to arrive on the scene if something were to happen, but being that they are confident, I have no further questions.
Any further questions or discussion from the council? Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I'll just make a comment. I mean, I know we're not hearing item number 6 tonight. Right now, we're just listening to the future land use map, which just wants to change the use for this to align with the larger piece of property, and the final use of this will be wetland and stormwater. So I'll be in favor of item number 4 tonight.
Councilman Landry?
I'll be opposed. I don't think this is the right place for it. And we're being asked to change our comprehensive plan. So the comprehensive plan is already in favor of what it is. So we're making an exception to that. And so to me, I don't think this is the right place for it. I know we need businesses, but there's a way and a place to do it, and I'm in disagreement.
Yeah, Councilman Langevin, you have a point, and on the other hand, right, and I've already stated where I'm at. Just the notion of the owner willing to work and add water to any particles that are leaving, but that's one portion. Then the other portion is the benefit of biocharge. Keeping the dust down at a sense of peace is something that he willingly came out with. So I judge the heart as being right with that action. Then my other comment is that conservation area. Mr. Moya said, and I know Councilman Johnson's been at this longer than I. 1,000 feet is unheard of, and then for it to be conservation, that's huge for me. So I was tossing that up, but when he said that he will add, and I guess, can we make that part of the motion, Madam Attorney?
The conservation part?
Yeah, no, not
what
he was talking about adding just to remove the particles, the dust particles, to add water.
No, if you want, right now, you're not actually talking about the operation of this being a recycling plant. That would be appropriate
That's just the land
for the
use.
conditional use.
Okay, for next one. Okay, the conservation part. But that spoke to me, gentlemen. I'm
And
being transparent with you.
Conservation part, if you all wanted to cement that,
Yes.
my request would be not to have that in the land use, but to have it in the zoning as far as what he could do on the property, that incorporate that into the zoning if it makes it past the land use.
Okay.
So you've got conditions that you can have on the zoning, and if you approve the zoning, there are conditions that you may want to approve when deciding how the business would actually operate on a conditional use.
And then for the record, light industrial at this capacity would be really light with the operation that would be going on there, as opposed to what light industrial could be. So I'll be voting in favor of this. I got a motion by Councilman Hammer, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Passes 4-1. We're now on item number 5. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2025-14, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the zoning ordinance of the City of Palm Bay by changing the zoning of property from RS2, Single Family Residential District, to LI, Light Industrial and Warehouse District, which property is located in the vicinities south of Foundation Park Boulevard and west of Babcock Street, and legally described herein, providing for a change of the zoning map, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. I'm going to open up the public hearing, and Mr. Morgan.
Yes, Growth Management Director Lisa Frazier will provide an overview.
Good evening, Council. This ordinance is a request to rezone the property located in the vicinity south of Foundation Park Boulevard and west of Babcock Street from RS2, Single Family Residential, to LI, Light Industrial and Warehousing District. This is approximately 15.4 acres. As stated previously, the property, oops, wrong one, sorry, is located right there. They are looking to join it with the property to the north, which is already zoned in land use light industrial, and conduct their business accordingly on both properties. But while stating that the applicant is willing to make a condition of approval, the condition of the approval, that the facility that section that is being changed must only be utilized for wetland preservation and stormwater management, and would be placed under a conservation easement with the St. Johns River Water Management District. I am open to any further questions regarding the rezoning.
Councilman Hammond.
First thing before I discuss this, I want to go on record saying that the owner did reach out to me after the P&Z meeting to tell me all the things that were discussed at P&Z. He knows I live close to there, so it would be something that would mean something to me. But the owner did reach out to me to discuss things on P&Z, and I let him know, just bring them up at council. My second question, or my
No.
No, sir. Carry on.
my question going forward is, if you have if that gets deemed wetland, do the properties around it have any say in their portion attached to that wetland?
No, sir. So typically, what will occur, already has occurred, is only that 15 acres has been delineated as wherever the wetland is on that 15 acres. I'll try to get to it. There it is. They wouldn't be looking off of the boundary. I've flagged wetlands. So, you know, you kind of approximate where the boundary is at some point. Any impacts to the wetland on site, the district would require mitigation for off-site impacts also. But their properties will not be touched by that. It will be a wetland. It will continue to be a source of the entire wetland system that goes to the west.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes. Let's go to speaker cards.
Vernon Densler,
So I am.
the Green Party.
And don't they have to go first?
Madam.
Yes. Yes, because we
Yeah,
our order is we have city, the applicant, and then any agreed party.
Okay, happy to go first. Again, Bruce Moy with MBV Engineering representing the applicant. I don't have a whole lot to add. I think I've talked about all three issues all at once. So this is the zoning part, and I think the zoning part, we agree to the conditions that we provided, that you've discussed. We will put that into conservation. We will use it only for wetland preservation, enhancement, stormwater, and tree mitigation. So we offer that as a condition of zoning approval. And so unless you have any other questions for me, I'll be back up here if there's anything I need to rebut from the public.
I don't have any questions, but I wanted to remind staff about regarding item 6 on April 3rd, the CUP, where we had 2 council members discuss that water, and the owner of the property put that water filtering opportunity regarding the dust particles. So I just wanted to mention that, but no questions.
Okay.
That's for item.
So am I understanding that you're not discussing?
No,
item
we're not
6
discussing
tonight?
that, but that's downrange for
You
April.
have to do
April
that after
3rd.
second reading of this. Gotcha.
Just want to
Okay,
make
so
sure.
we
that-
will make sure that we put that condition in writing for you at
Yes,
that meeting.
yes. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
So do we have a Green Party in this? Do they go next, or?
I know this doesn't happen often here, so probably not extremely familiar with it. First thing I would like to remind you is that based on Florida law, the city council must base its decisions on competent and substantial evidence presented during the hearing. This means they can only consider evidence that is reliable and relevant to the case. Your role here is to act like a panel of jurists. So this can't be about feelings. This can't be about, what I might do tomorrow. This has to be based on fact. So this is a little different. I also would like to get on the record that I believe that you should recuse yourself because it's an ex parte communication. I don't know if that's in our ordinance or not. It's most places have it, but if you choose to ignore that, you're opening yourselves up for a lawsuit depending on what the resolution is. So first thing, as has been mentioned, this was not approved by planning and zoning. They were very conflicted about it for good reason. one of the big things is we have to determine that what we're doing is in the best interest of of the community and consistent with the comprehensive plan's goals. Is this good for the city? It's being portrayed as good for the city, but is it? How does it help the city? You already have a contract with Republic. They take care of all of that waste. Citizens won't be allowed to go bring waste to this facility. The only people bringing waste there is their own trucks and landscapers that are paying them to dump there so they don't have to drive to Sarnia. This is a for-profit business that has nothing to do with being good for this city. If it's good for the city and if it's not for profit, why don't they just keep it where it's at? There has been a lack of transparency through this whole thing. We have asked and asked for information. We've gotten none. We get, well, once we get past all this stuff, we'll get you real plans. We'll get you, the true site studies. We'll give you all kinds of information. We've asked about the equipment that they're going to be using and can't get any real information. So there's a noise issue. Again, I did say before, not all citizen concerns were on the report. They weren't. And the ones that were got very soft answers of, well, we'll just do what we're supposed to do. We'll do what we're required to do. Jumping from low density residential to industrial is a pretty big leap. This isn't like it was zoned for something close at all. And the surrounding properties are all rural residential. We have farms. We're growing crops. We have farm animals. This is going to impact them. You're going to take the wildlife that is in those areas that they're impacting and push them onto our properties. So there's a lot of things that are not good with us. They mentioned the fire. The fire was not reported to DEP. They got cited for that. And I can bring it up. Do you have the presentation that I have? Let's go through the presentation that I showed at Planning and Zoning. Sure. So a picture of the full wetlands map. We have potential drinking water contamination. We will present evidence here. My wife's going to get up and give you some factual evidence and studies. Yep. Can you show that to them? So what they fail to show when they're talking about the wetlands is the 5 acres that are on the industrial property. That's what they're going to destroy to do this operation. And their answer for that is that they're going to put a retention pond in the other section that they're asking you to rezone. That retention pond, as you will find out, is going to catch runoff from the leachate from all this material, and it's going to be a contaminated pond, which is then going to contaminate the wetlands. The wetlands on the property that they want to do this activity on are directly connected to the St. John's waterway. They are our aquifer for all of our wells. Everybody's on well water. They're going to contaminate us. They're going to kill us with this. It has no business being anywhere near here. When you are mitigating wetlands, you need to replace like for like. The stuff that is living in the forested wetlands doesn't live in a retention pond. It lives in forested wetlands. The notion that if they don't do this and protect this, that it's going to get built on is ludicrous. Nobody is going to spend the money to mitigate all those wetlands to build on that area. You might get 1 or 2 houses that are able to be built there. The fire risk. We're going to get into the fire and the real risk. Where they're at now is not heavily wooded. That area is heavily wooded. One ash spark coming from that fire that they had could have ignited our entire property. Now you're putting my property at risk, my house at risk. Hurricane debris. If the stuff is not properly taken care of, that can get picked up and thrown into properties nearby. Noise level. Last in the planning and zoning meeting, when we talked about noise level, they stated that the noise level of this massive diesel powered chipper shredder is 89 decibels. Anybody who knows anything about sound can tell you that's no way that that's happening. So I went and looked. I found a chipper shredder that's 94 decibels. Fairly close. This is a chipper shredder. It's a little electric one. So this little electric chipper shredder.
Wait till you get back on the lights.
That little electric chipper shredder is 94 decibels. Tell me how an industrial size on tracks diesel shredder is going to be 89 decibels. Impossible. So there's no way that they're going to ever be able to meet the sound ordinances. And then the dust, which we've talked about. So here is their initial DEP approval. How do you do it? That's how you do it? Okay. This is them getting their approval for their initial permit, July 17th, 2023. Okay, for the current operation. This is a picture of the current operation, May 6, 2023. Last time I checked the calendar, May 6 comes before July, yes? That means they were operating without a DEP permit. Why do you think they got the DEP permit? Because we called after they had the meetings with us and told us what they were doing, and we found out what they were doing. So it wasn't until they got busted that they decided to do something. This is from 2019. They insist that they weren't doing this in 2019. Somebody was doing something there that looks a lot like it, but he did say in the planning zone they didn't start until 2022, which means from 2022 until July of 2023, they were operating without a permit. This is the notice of non-compliance from DEP. This is when they failed to report the fire that we know about. There's the fire. It's not a little fire. They're trying to downplay it. It was on the news. This is not a little fire. That fire had gotten into the properties where they're wanting to be. That whole area is gone. There's already been forest fires back there that they had a hard time putting out. Because that's where they want to put it. This is what it looks like. These are the trees. This is everybody else's trees next to it. This is where they want to put this. Does that look like a safe place when you can have fires? But guess what? That wasn't the only fire. They had a second fire. Here's the letter from DEP. Wanted to make you aware that while in the process of moving a mulch pile, it decided to shed a bit of smoke this morning. Fire department not needed, no open flame, we handled it within minutes. Oh, so I guess it was spontaneous combustion, at least the second fire. Again, here's what the current operation looks like. It butted up right to those apartments that nobody complains does formal complaints, but the residents sure don't seem to be happy about it. Most likely, they probably don't even know who to complain to because it's operating in Malabar and they're in Palm Bay. All right, so now you see some of the true facts and why we're concerned. Rachel's going to come up and talk to you a little bit about the true contaminants, and she's got actual studies.
So I want to bring to the point what's runoff leachate. So leachate can be when you water the wood down, or it can be when there's a lot of precipitation. So if we get a hurricane, that contaminants from that wood will leach into the ground. So when we're saying we want this place watered down, you're actually contaminating the soil by doing it. I have a okay, what? Oh, that's
Mayor, if I'm going to call a point of order real quick. We only have one agreed party, and that was Mr. Vernon Tinsler.
She's my witness. I'm allowed to.
Okay. Yeah. You didn't say you're calling a witness. I misunderstood that. Yeah, I misunderstood that. Thank you.
So this is a study from Rutgers. They looked at 3 wood recycling areas, and they looked at leachate, which is the runoff. When they tested the samples, they compared it to the untreated sewage. That's what the runoff is. And when they process, it's natural, but it is not in a natural state that this happens. They did studies, they referenced things back from Canada where they said that there's toxicity when these things leach from this precipitation. And they talk about too, that best management practices is where you're locating this. So that was a big situation as well. I have There's another study that they did. This was looking at the toxicity of leachate in wood chip piles at roadside biomass operations. And what they said, when there was rain and stuff, it would run off and it would get into waterways. And they recommended that these things not be near like waterways, not be near things like what St. John's would be. And so that was very concerning. Okay, I have a bunch of them. Dissertation, Oregon. Another study. This was the Turner area study in Oregon. So what happened was there was a wood recycling place, and there were people, residents nearby, with well water. And with this well water, they found the contamination kept on migrating. It went from 4 acres to 15 acres within a year. What happened was these residents, their wells became non-potable. So they could not drink from their well waters because of the contamination from the leachate. And so the only way it got resolved was the municipality had to bring water out. They had to extend. So we're not on the path to get city water. So the only way these residents were able to get water was that the municipality had to create it and bring it out to them. And then with that being said, their ground was still contaminated, so they couldn't grow things. It was a polluting factor. So those are some situations. I have a lot more I could give you, but I'm sure you don't want a lot more. But this is a big problem with groundwater, that it gets contaminated when you have recycling plants. These are peer reviewed. These are universities doing studies. And so, when you want to look at the science, this is the science. So it's something that is to keep in mind.
Are these studies been updated, the ones that you provided?
So the problem is that a lot of the one from 2016, what he states, and it was a dissertation that became an article, was that a lot of places like wood waste places don't want to participate in these studies because they don't want the fallout from it. So you go to a lot of places that then become recycling and logging. So with the gentleman from Rutgers, that group, that those wood recycling, they would not be named. That was the only way they would participate. So you've got a situation here where they don't want people to tell you that the runoff is like raw sewage. So that's why you don't get the names and things. And it's very hard to do these studies. So that gentleman from Rutgers, in his dissertation, he actually said it's very hard getting these things done.
So the basis is the ones from the 70s, 60s, and 70s.
There's some, the main one is the one from 2016, and
some-
he from Rutgers, and he does quote from Canada and things like that about the runoff and the problems.
Okay, thank you. Carry on.
So this is actual studies, and I know you're questioning the age of them. I don't think the science has changed. A log's still going to break down the same way. Foliage is still going to break down the same way and do the same things. You've seen that they have not been following the law, right? And one other one, can you find the, so he mentioned that they came out the day after planning and zoning. It's interesting because I've been asking since the very first meeting we had about what their intake and outtake was, because that is a required annual report to DEP. And it's in there somewhere. They had on the last renewal for their license, they put 0 for everything in and out. And they also listed it for 2022 instead of the last year. And interestingly enough, for some strange reason, the day after I mentioned that at planning and zoning, even though they were told by DEP that that was missing from their application in August, they suddenly remembered and updated it on the 6th, the day after planning and zoning. Strange how that happens. Forgot about it for 6 months, more than 6 months. So yeah, I get that you feel, Mr. Mayor, that, that your heart goes out, that you feel like he's going to help us and do all these things. History says that they only take care of things when they get caught. History says they don't care about those people in those apartment buildings. And all we have is trust me, trust me. Yeah, it won't happen again. Yeah, we'll do the right things. We'll follow all the rules that we didn't follow all the other times. We'll follow them this time. So if that's what you're going to go by, is trusting him when we have all of this evidence that shows we can't. Yeah, I've got this is the emails, and then this is the actual report. And that's the other thing that's interesting. And one of the emails, I don't know if it's in this one or not, they said that they move about 4 trucks a day. That's what they told DEP. Then in the form saying what they moved between August 2023 and August 2024, they said that they have moved out 50,000 cubic yards of processed material in that year. A truck holds 20 cubic yards, one of those big trucks. That would be 80 cubic yards a day. If you do the math, that's over 600 something days. So not sure how they managed to move more material than there are days in the week. Kind of interesting. And it's also interesting that their unprocessed material at the beginning of the year was 2,000 cubic yards. The processed material at site, all 2,000 yards. Everything's all even numbers. It's just kind of interesting. And we've seen pictures that there's a bunch of stuff in the property. So you can see where our concern is. We have valid concerns, very valid concerns. And again, have given them every opportunity to bring us some facts. bring a study. We've got nothing. They have nothing official that they have given to anybody so far. There's been no, like I said, I was pulling teeth just to get them to update this form, which I question because the math doesn't math right. But no studies. They're not doing environmental studies. They're not bringing in experts saying that, no, this is going to be great. They're not bringing in noise experts saying that, here's how we're going to be able to have this thing that is really loud, how it's going to be able to drop that sound off before it gets to the properties right there on Babcock. None of that. Everything's been, no, we'll comply. We'll do whatever we need to do. No, trust us. Sorry, I don't trust them. I don't trust them with my house, my life, the life of my livestock and pets, my neighbors. As you've heard, we have some elderly neighbors. They shouldn't have to put up with us. So I hope you guys will do the right thing. I really do. And remember that you have to go based on these facts. And unless they can refute these facts, you have no choice but to deny this. This is a court hearing. It's quasi-judicial, but it is still considered a court hearing. So you have to act like an impartial judge, even if you had ex parte communications. You have to act like an impartial judge and decide who is presenting the facts and who is really going to be impacted. Are they really doing what's best for the community? Would you want this happening in your backyard? Anybody have any questions about anything?
I guess excuse me.
Deputy Mayor.
I guess the only question or comment maybe I'll make is, like, we're not voting right now on the conditional use. That will be at a future date. So right now we're not even voting on this being a recycling facility. So I just
but you are voting on the impacts that this facility will have on the wetlands and the surrounding property.
Right now we're just voting on the zoning of light industrial.
Our concern, our biggest concern, is if you approve this and then something happens, either you don't approve conditional use, or DP doesn't let them do what they need to do, or St. John's doesn't allow them to destroy those wetlands. Now it's industrial. If it's industrial and they can't do what they want to do and they sell the property, now what was residential buffering us from that industrial is industrial. Somebody can come in and do something just as bad or worse. So think about that. If you approve this, it's still, and the other stuff gets disapproved, it still puts us at risk.
Yeah, just a comment too, if it does get approved, it will be approved with the condition that that land won't technically be built on. It'll be wetland and stormwater. So whatever the use of the neighboring property may be, this land would always be protected by that wetland and stormwater.
Stormwater, which can be contaminated by another industrial use. And again, not like for like wetlands.
Does that conclude your presentation, sir?
Yeah, unless anybody's got any.
Well, I have some comments. For the record, I didn't say about my heart. I said his heart demonstrates a goodwill. It had nothing to do with my emotions. It's what I perceived.
Yes.
Him willing to work with the residents. So what you stated is inaccurate. And the reason I asked about the dates is because all these documents, these studies that you're giving me, I'm literally trying to read them as quickly as I can, and I'm listening to you. I'm paying you that honor and respect because I believe this is my responsibility. The reason I asked is these studies are in the 60s, and then there's updated information within the study. And so since it was way back then, I don't know what other regulations, and I'll read these standards resulting in phasing out many of the wigwam burners. And since 72, they have less operated. In other words, they put in regulations to enhance what they were doing. And then I read further down, it says the controlled burning of wood waste as hog fuel produces the steam. I'm not even sure if it's relative if we're using hog fuel to burn the wood and causing some of these things that occurred in the 60s and 68, 69, and then in 70. In 70, the Oregon Environmental Quality Commission adopted standards and regulation to control both the particulate air contaminant emissions. And these standards result in phasing out many. So that was the purpose of my question. What else do I have? But your spouse shared about 2016 and that study and that in depth. However, they're not being as in depth as the 1960 studies is my interpretation. Yes, ma'am. Come on up. You still.
So the three studies I gave you, yes,
Yes.
one was in the 70s, but the other
60s,
two were actually in 2016. So
Yes,
what they
ma'am.
do and please forgive me if I'm speaking out of turn, but what they do in these articles is they give you a history. So they explain to you why it's significant and what leads up to it. So I think you're reading the history of it and they're leading up to what their study was.
I'm just
So-
reading what you gave me.
I know, I'm sorry, sir. I'm just
Just-
trying to give some clarity.
Okay. I'm just reading what you gave me and I'm
Sure.
taking it all in context,
Okay.
ma'am.
Sure.
That's all.
Thank you. I just
But-
wanted to clarify with you.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all.
But I appreciate the information you've given
Not a
me. ma'am.
problem.
Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. You still have several minutes.
No, we're good.
Okay. Sir, this.
Yeah, I can call him up. He's as a witness. Yes.
Oh.
Yes, I can call him. Yep.
We need to make sure that all these witnesses have
Yeah.
actually signed
Say-
speaker cards for the quasi.
Say again, ma'am, Miss Attorney.
We need to make sure that all the witnesses have signed speaker cards in order to be able to speak in a quasi judicial hearing because the hearing part requires them to give an oath that they're going to
Okay.
tell the truth. We also need to make
So
sure
do they
everybody.
have those oath speaker cards?
So I have speaker cards for this item from Mr. Vernon Densler, Marianne Goodine, Judy Trandle, and
Find the
Eileen
speaker
Sepp.
card.
Hold on, sir.
That was for item number 4.
What
And
is
also
this,
that we're handling the zoning and not the actual conditional use.
Can we put a 4 on his card, or does he need to fill out a new card?
So I would need. So what I'm hearing is we need a speaker card for any additional witnesses.
Correct.
Okay. So I need a speaker card.
I made one.
Sir, you have to
Not my
speak
oath.
on the. Sir, you have to speak on the mic.
Okay,
I'm talking to the
So he
individual.
filled one out for 4. Can we put a 5 on there, or does he need to fill out a new card?
What's his name?
Vitaly Brunzo.
Can we?
Let's put 5 next.
Okay.
The clock should still be going.
What was the last meeting that I had that I passed out?
Clock? That was planning.
Planning and zoning, all those things. Yeah. I have a question to the city council. At the last planning and zoning, I had a brochure with the studies on wood mulch processes and the environmental and health impact. Did any of you receive any of those pamphlets, brochures to look at?
Carry on, sir. You make your
No,
presentation.
did anybody in the city council receive any of them? Any of
Carry on,
those?
sir. Make your statements and make your comments.
Did you receive any of those that I was told by a lady over there that she would pass them on to the city council? Okay. Obviously, you didn't receive them, but a study was done on a wood mulch operation, and the dust and the contaminants travel 3 to 5 miles. It's not 1,000 feet. And it depends on which way the winds are blowing. And it's a recognized EPA carcinogen. Wood as at itself as is a carcinogen. And if you're working with wood in any workshop or anything, you got to wear a mask or a dust. It's a carcinogen. But the important thing to remember is the envelope that it travels is 3 to 5 miles. It's not 1,000 feet. Thanks.
For the record, that is included in the agenda from the planning and zoning. That document is in there.
Does that conclude your presentation, sir? So, does that conclude your presentation?
I guess I'm calling another witness. I know she filled at least one speaker card out. Is she good? Or do we need?
They have speaker cards for it?
What was the name, sir?
Ella Austin.
So she can have a public comment if she fills out a
Wanna
card.
wait to public
So
comment?
you still have your 3.54
I'm good.
minutes.
She can talk during public comment.
I just need a speaker card. Miss Ella? Okay, come on up.
Ella Austin, 1599 Oakfield Avenue, Southeast. I have a question. When I bought my property, it shows that there is a road on your map between my property and where they're going to build. What's going to happen to that road? I have an old map that has it, but I didn't bring it. But there's supposed to be a road from between my property and where they're going to start building. Is that road gone, or is it going to be still there? Oh, you don't answer questions. Oh, excuse me. I didn't know that. That's what I have to say.
Next speaker.
Marianne Goodine.
Real quick, us residents that are being affected by this too, I would also like you just to consider the 3 schools that are in direct area of this recycling plant and the effects of what's going on. Palm Bay Academy is located right on the Community College Parkway. These kids are out at recess with their teachers. Royal Palm Charter School right on Babcock Street. Young kids out at recess, running, breathing in, drinking the water. Columbia Elementary, same thing, recess. And then we also have the Palm Bay Aquatic Center. That is just one street over from this whole facility that could be, with the prevailing winds, the water, everything. It's not just us residents. Let's think about these kids. They say nothing's going to show up for years. That's our children.
Judy Trandle.
I just want to affirm that 2-hour seminar I went to in Stewart, that dust does travel 3 to 4 miles, and it's very minute, and it gets in your lungs. It gets in the animals' lungs. It destroys the waters, the wetlands. I'm going to be a big advocate for wetlands from now on, because Florida is starting to become a concrete jungle. So please take that into consideration. It is a health hazard. That's all.
Next speaker.
Eileen Sepp.
One of the things that you didn't ask in talking to the landowner is what happens if there's a drought. When you have embers flying, they can go anywhere, and you could set the whole neighborhood on fire. One of the reasons Judy and I looked at the air burners is they don't need water to put fires out because it double burns it into char. Mulch and biochar are not the same thing. It's very safe, and it's also, excuse me, highly recommended by the U.S. Department of Agriculture and the Forestry Service and the FDA. There are actually grants available for getting this equipment. It works, they have one set of equipment that creates its own energy. And if you use their electrical forklifts, you can get the biochar making machines either in diesel or using the energy that they make. They are all portable, and there's so many good, clean uses for it. It doesn't have the chemical effects of burning wood, or that it won't fly all over the place. It can be contained, and that's why I came here today to ask you to hold off on what you approve, and let's get us in line more with taking into consideration the health of our water and our air and the people and animals that live here. I really look forward to you guys seeing what we saw. I've had several conversations, including with soil specialists that they use. FPL was there the day before we were, and they were very enthusiastic about the energy producing abilities of air burners. But there will be a presentation, as I said, on April 30th at the sustainability, and I believe you guys will also have a presentation from that. The equipment is $150 for the burners. It uses an air shelf. The wood is burned about a cubic yard an hour. It rises and the air pushes it back down. Okay, so it gets burned and it stays flat. It doesn't fly. There's no chemicals. It filters chemicals better than any other substance on the face of the earth, because I've been looking for this for a long time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ruth Kuffold.
Ruth Kuffold, 935 Douglas Street Southeast. First, I think that the council really doesn't have enough information to make a decision, so I'd like to make the suggestion that you table it for tonight and go to the next time. And if this project is approved along with other projects that happen around here, council, staff, no one follows up. Crown Point is still sitting over there with it's an ugly sore on Malabar. Nobody has followed up on that. Nobody has made anybody accountable for the fact that 4 apartment buildings were proposed originally, and there's now 6 back there. Nobody made them accountable. Nobody had to get a new permit, none of that stuff. So who's going to make anybody accountable for all these things that y'all proven? So my suggestion, you don't have enough information to make a decision, you should just table it. Thank you.
Next speaker.
That concludes the speaker cards.
Okay. Would you like to make any concluding remarks?
Michael Cram, 2640 Smith Lane. I'll keep it brief. Just want to spread some knowledge into some of those things. We said let's keep it away from emotion, so I'd encourage to do so. Speaking about the wildlife, any property gets developed, there's going to be wildlife, unfortunately. Proper tortoise surveys and things will be done to manage that. Again, the property won't be developed in the very south end. It's going to stay wetlands. I don't know how else to say it. Nobody's properties will be bordered with new construction, industrial now, industrial later. It's all managed by DEP. They are government sanctioned that manages it and keeps it in line, and it's up to them to decide, as well as you guys, what works. Fires, when somebody's house catches on fire, we don't say, hey, don't burn another house, or don't build another house because you burned a house. And no, not everybody's houses around get burned. The operation did exist prior to us being there. We have a lease since 2022. Mr. Charlie Angel is a property owner, and he did similar things on the property with mulching. All the studies are specific to location. We don't know what the variables that exist in all these other studies and all these other locations. So although there is some science, but I would challenge to say we need specific. You would have to test. I don't know how toxic chemicals ends up from the trees. Trees fall in your yard, trees fall in the woods, they leach into the ground, they biodegrade. That's all we're doing. We're not using any chemicals or adding anything to it. As far as the loads in and loads out, when you start a business, you learn. There's some things that you don't know entirely. So we do keep very good logs of all of our business, all of our loads in and out. So if there was a discrepancy in the beginning, it was just purely new to the business, not understanding, but we do have logs from the day we opened moving forward. Schools within the dust that travels, schools in relation to the schools. Right now, the operation operates within 3,500 feet of a school. There has been no complaint in the last years. And also, BCC is a hurricane site for when there is a hurricane. They bring the debris there, they bring these mulchers here, and they mulch this stuff, and there's never a complaint. Noise, you actually go to the factory website from Bandit Industries, you'll find that it's 89 decibels. That's posted on the website. So whatever other information is being offered, take it for face value. We actually use a decibel meter with Morris Smith, town engineer of Malabar, and our machine is not 89 decibels, it's 86 decibels, as well as Babcock is, I believe, 83 decibels from 200 feet away, and our machine is less than that from 200 feet away. So decibels don't go on what you hear, it's the bass, it's the depth of the noise. So just want to speak some truth to some of these things. That's pretty much it. I'll let Bruce finish up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hopefully pull this in the garage here for you guys tonight. I did agree with one thing that the first speaker, Vern, did say. This is where you take testimony and competent evidence into consideration, where you hear from experts to talk about things. I apologize, but I didn't hear any credentials from anybody that spoke against this project. They didn't call themselves experts. Talked a lot about operations. We're talking about zoning here. We're not talking about conditional use and operations. That's for next meeting. I am an expert in zoning and land use. I've been declared an expert by previous councils in the city of Palm Bay, as well as Brevard County, as well as other cities within Brevard County. I've been testified in court. I've been an expert witness. So I do have credentials, and I can offer that in writing if you would like. And I think this boils down to zoning at this point. We'll have those discussions about conditional use and operations next meeting, and we'll have some information for you then. But when it comes to strictly pure zoning, there's really no use on this property. It's going to be preservation and stormwater. How less of an intensive use can you possibly have? So this is the definition of compatible for zoning. We're not talking about conditional use and operations. We'll talk about that next time. But for zoning, I think the evidence will show staff has recommended approval. Your P&Z did not recommend that you don't approve this. But when it comes to strictly zoning, the intent and what we're proposing is compatible and consistent based on the conditions that we're placing on the zoning. If we didn't have conditions on the zoning, that'd be a different story. but we're placing some pretty strict conditions to where this property is basically not going to be used for any type of specific industrial use. It's just going to be for infrastructure supporting use. Water, stormwater ponds to treat the stormwater that comes off the property. It won't go off into the roadways and into the streams. It'll get treated on site. We'll plant additional trees. We'll enhance the existing wetland, and then we'll put it into conservation so it's there forever. I think that's pretty much in a nutshell. That says that this, as far as strictly zoning, which is the issue at hand, that we've met all your requirements, and we request your approval of this item. Thank you. If you have any questions, I can answer those for you now.
Councilman Johnson, any questions?
No, Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions, gentlemen? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, no other speaker cards?
No, Mayor.
I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
So I will make a motion to approve
I got a motion by
with the conditions set forth by the applicant.
Second.
I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnson. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, just to the point that the applicant made and I made earlier. We're just talking about zoning right now. We're not talking about conditional use. A lot of these conversations, I think it'll be more appropriate if they come back with a conditional use application.
Councilman Johnson.
Nothing else to add, Mayor.
Councilman Hammer.
Yes, I will have a lot of questions because, like I said, my home is close to here when it comes to the conditional use. But I am all for conservation. So if I can get something conservation forever, I'm going to be in support of that.
Thank you. Councilman Landry.
Yeah, I would just like to say, I mean, we said it's not about the conditional use, but all we've talked about is the conditional use, and we can't do the conditional use until we've rezoned. So, you know, we've got a lot of small farms here in this area, and we don't have many in our city. And I prefer to err on protecting the few small farms that we have. If the idea is we want conservation, then let's rezone what's already LI, put a couple more small farms on there, and then make the rest a conservation land use. But that's where I'm at. So I'm going to be a no on this vote.
Yeah, my concerns are a little more heightened at this point, and I know that we're talking about something different. My issue is I just got handed a bunch of studies, and I've gone through them, and I haven't done my due diligence at this point, and I'm being transparent. And in that regard, there's and I'm very perplexed by the particles, and I know you live pretty close to the location, and that's where I'm at. I'm not ready. I would prefer to wholeheartedly take this in and see any other brochures and study this better. So for me, I would prefer it to be tabled. You guys have a motion, but I would be in support of moving this forward to the next meeting to give me some time to digest all this information.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I would be open to that as well, sir, being that I'm not there to witness the documents that you have access to. But for the sake of having discussion, a second needed to be made. So.
Yes, sir.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
relative to what you all are saying, you all are now, you've had the past hearing, in which you changed the comprehensive plan.
Yes, ma'am.
So it is now industrial. Now you're on the zoning. The zoning implements the comprehensive plan. You have to have a zoning that is compatible with the comprehensive plan. You can't have industrial for the land use and maintain a residential zoning. The things that you all have been listening to as far as whether this particular use is going to have negative implications are things that are relative to whether that conditional use that would allow that to occur. But right now, you have to have a zoning that is consistent with your land use.
Understood, ma'am. Okay. So I'll be able to study this for the conditional use is what you're saying.
Correct, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thanks for correcting me. I appreciate it. So right now I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by
Mayor.
saying,
I apologize for the interruption. Can we clarify for the record, Deputy Mayor Jaffe made the motion to include conditions from the applicant. Can we clarify what those conditions are, please?
what those conditions were, you're saying?
I think it may be easier if we just, for the purpose of this motion, allow Mr. Moy to come up and specifically state, because he seemed to have them written out, or so that he can restate what he said. And it's clear in time with the motion.
Yes, thank you. That's great. So the conditions that we agreed to is on the plan that we provided, and that is that the southmost approximately 12 acres of the proposed of that property, the southernmost 12 acres, shall be limited to 1, stormwater management, 2, wetland preservation and enhancement, 3, tree preservation and mitigation, and 4, other related activities for drainage and environmental issues. And that is basically the southernmost 1,000 feet, which is about 12 acres. That's the conditions.
And to put the land into conservation.
We will put the wetlands into conservation, yes. Yeah. So 5 conditions. Thank you.
So is that official now?
Yes, sir.
The motion, is that correct?
Yes, we're good.
Okay. So I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
I'm joining you on that nay, Councilman Langevin. So we are now on consent items. We're now on consent item number 4. Councilman Johnson.
Yes, Mayor. I had the same concerns as Mr. Bill Batten. I was going to pull it regardless, but 7 change orders totaling $2.2 million. There's so much more that could have been done with that. I've met with staff, specifically Juliet and Mr. Barber, on other options to prevent this from occurring in regards to change order after change order after change order, because I feel part of it is on the developers or the contractors purposely leaving stuff out. While I can't prove it, I'm going off of a hunch, but if you add up all these change orders, they're no longer the lowest bidder for a lot of these different projects, not just this company, but others as well. So not looking to make accusations, but definitely looking to become more efficient with the funds we're allocating to those who are doing the services for the city. So for that purpose is why I pulled it, because who knows what number we're going to end up at. But because this project's been going on for some time and it keeps getting extended, and with that extension comes more money being spent, and it's all on the back of the taxpayers, us, and everybody else is getting paid on the other end. So I just have great concerns on it. I can't remember the term that I spoke with Mr. Barber and Mrs. Moscone of an alternative other than change orders, but I'm tired of it, honestly, Mayor, because I just see a trend of this continuing on with, these type of bids.
So Councilman Johnson, I do share your concerns. I did share that with our interim city manager. And I think it's our job to look at when these contracts go out and see, and I said this all along, when we award contracts, right? There are different organizations that I've seen produce at a certain level, and then others. So, all of that is based, my comments are based on history and working relationships, right? But we have to learn from these change orders. We really do. We have to see where the deficiencies lies and how we're going to move forward in that. Because I'm sure these change orders could have been prevented had we looked at some of the details of what the history is of what's required. So we're moving forward in this, but understand I wholeheartedly share in your concerns. 7 change orders, and we're talking about a multi-million-dollar contract, and this is only less than $25,000 in a multi-million-dollar contract. Now you tell me a change order for $25,000 when the contract in its total was how much? So I'm going to ask that question of all these change orders, how much was those change orders?
Yeah, we have our acting public works director, Christine Sullivan, that can address that.
Thank you for the question, sir. We had a total of $2,218,328.76 in change orders on this project.
And the contract was originally?
The original contract was, pardon me, $5,509,768.99.
Gentlemen, we're talking about $25,000. And with that, I've said enough. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
I need a motion,
Yeah.
Councilman Johnson.
Well, I'll make a motion.
A second.
Councilman, all right, well, we just made a motion.
He has comments now.
Yeah, I got a
Yeah, my-
motion
my
by
only
Councilman.
question, I can't remember the term. I know Mrs. Moscone or Mr. Barber might remember the term used for alternative other than how we currently do bids to prevent from constant change orders that puts the burden on the contractor and not on us. Does Ms. Moscone remember that term? I know that meeting was some time ago last year, but I was just wondering if she remembered the term.
Oh, Mr. Barber.
Sorry, evening. I'm not sure about that, but we did speak about a construction delivery method that we want to switch to, which was construction manager at risk, which will prevent or reduce change orders because we engage, we go out for the contractor and we engage with design so that we can do value engineering and make sure that change orders don't happen. But I don't recall a term that puts the onus on the contract after it's been solicited.
That was it.
Go ahead, Councilman Johnson.
That was it, Mr. Barber. I
Okay,
appreciate
that's
that.
it. He nailed it. All right. Thank you, Mr. Barber. All right, I need a motion.
Okay, I make a motion.
I got motion by Councilman Langevin.
Second.
Second by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify
Well,
by.
since we're talking about it real quick, yeah, that's why I made the motion so we could discuss just for a second on change orders because, so we all don't like the change orders. We know that, and I'm going to vote for this because we need to get the project across. So, but we none of us like the change orders. But by the time we get a change order, a lot of money has been allocated, and then every time we say, well, we got to move forward because we've already allocated a lot of money. So how do we prevent that, or at what point do we start saying, you know what, no, we're just not going to vote for this change order, and they need to just figure it out because they quoted us this and et cetera. So my question is just kind of like, and it doesn't necessarily have to be answered now, but for city manager and staff to think about is what is these recourses moving forward and how do we prevent these from coming to us? And then at what point are we going to start saying no as a council?
Well, I think Mr. Barber just touched on that. I think he just touched on that. So come on over.
Let me see how to answer that question. So when the project has already been solicited, I mean, we can do our best, but like a large portion of this change order happened because of a truly unforeseen event and also some design changes. So I can't really answer the question as what we can do as far as like saying no. But as far as like beforehand, we've actually did it with a couple of projects already. The construction manager at risk so that we don't have change orders. So that's something that we can do for our efforts to reduce these change orders, but I don't think I can reasonably answer the question as far as when a project happens, because we do have unforeseen changes where we have to do a change order.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Councilman Hammond.
In this instance, is this a change that you said it's a design change? Is this something we did or something that they have to do extra?
I have to lean on the team for this one.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilman Hammer. This particular change order is adding a concrete separator back into the project, which was previously removed. There have been safety concerns brought to our attention, so we felt the need, and our engineers agreed that we needed to put the traffic separators back into the contract, and that's what that funding is for.
Were they originally in the bid that they gave us? Were they originally in there? And when we took them out, was there any funding changes, or was that funding still deemed in that?
The project was redesigned at one point due to a problem with land acquisition, property that we did not own. So we had to redesign the project. And during that redesign process, the traffic separator was removed from the contract. And since then, now we are putting it back in.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
So again, $7 million. We're talking about $25,000, Joe. I love the concept of, what was that, Mr. Barton?
Construction manager at risk.
Yeah, construction manager at risk. So right now I got a motion by Councilman Langevin.
Mayor, if I made the second, if I could just make a comment. I know we're beating a dead horse here, but a lot of this stuff is bad stuff that happened before our time. Bad city engineer. This is why we're here in the spot right now, right? It's why it's super imperative to have like high quality staff, and and the methods of contracting that you guys were talking about are really valid for vertical construction, not really ideal for horizontal construction. Really need a quality engineering firm to give a really good design, and then you put that out for a hard bid and then manage the process. But change orders are a change to the scope of work, and that's what we're approving here tonight, a change to the scope of work. So that's why I made the second.
So that's a great point, Deputy Mayor, along with the engineer that oversaw this project. I got a motion by Councilman Langevin, second by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes
nay.
Nay. Passes 4-1. Johnson, nay. We're now on item 6. Who pulled this?
That was me, Mayor.
Okay. Councilman Johnson, your question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So this is the second time that I've caught this happening, with us council when we're going on going to the Florida League of Cities, or we're doing something on the city's behalf. We have to get approval first before the dollars are spent or anything is booked. But if you go to the agenda item, you'll see that it was booked January 7th. But here we are, March 20th, looking for approval. It reminds me of what happened before, where I was questioning the fire chief on transitioning from the fire inspectors to the company that they chose when the money was already spent, and then they were coming to us after the fact. So I just had some concerns on it. I wasn't sure if anybody else had caught that, but it was January 7th that it was booked for the governor's hurricane conference, but it's being brought to us today. So I don't know if that question is for Mr. Morgan to answer or the deputy chief, but yeah, this is another time that it's happened.
I see this as an event in May, but Mr. Morgan?
Yeah, if the council were to deny the travel, then the travel wouldn't happen. So that's a council choice. It wasn't in the originally approved budget. That's why it's before you this evening, and I'm sure Deputy Chief McKee could explain the rationale for there's actually 3 different types of travel associated with this item.
Yeah,
But it
come on
but is
up,
it
Deputy.
typical for it to be booked first and then ask for money later, or?
No, well, I'll have him come up, but the information that I'm looking at is this is a conference in May.
But it was booked January 7th. You can look at one of the emails. You scroll down, you'll see the email.
Come on up, Deputy Chief. Councilman Johnson has a question.
Good evening. So I do not see that email that you're talking about. I see the legislative memo that states that the class or the conference is May 13th through the 16th. Oh, the hotel was already booked? I don't see that in legislative memo. Okay. Well, I cannot answer that question. I do not know why they booked at a time.
Maybe to get a reduced rate.
Could have been.
If you book early, you get.
It could have been also trying to book to get at the host hotel for the actual conference itself. So there's not a lot of travel between a hotel to the conference itself. But that's the only thing I can think of.
Does that answer your question, Councilman Johnson?
I guess, sir.
So he doesn't have anything factual, but I don't know if you heard, but he's stating it probably was because look, if you look at the agenda item, conference registration is 0, so it's pretty much the lodging. Usually, if you book early, you save on the conference registration, and you may have, like he said, the hotel rooms. You know, like, and I agree with you. Sometimes when we go to Tallahassee, we don't get the closest hotel because we don't book it that far in advance, right? We don't know those dates. So I can see your concern. At the same time, I would love to be in a hotel near the Capitol so I don't have to walk so far as well if I could book that early. So those are my thoughts on it, Councilman. Any other
All right,
questions?
thank you, Mayor.
Any other questions?
No, sir.
Okay.
I have one.
Okay,
for him.
go ahead.
So on the Florida State Fire College instructor school,
Mhm.
are you going there as instructors, or are you going there as students?
Going as students.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I know before you stayed in the dorms. Are those not available?
They are not. No.
Okay. Thank you.
I need a motion.
So moved.
Got a motion by Councilman Jaffe or Deputy Mayor Jaffe.
Yeah, I'll second, Mayor.
Got a second by Councilman Langevin. Deputy Mayor?
No discussion.
Councilman Langevin?
Yeah, just I share Councilman Johnson's concern. I wasn't on the council yet at the meeting that he was talking about, but I was watching it, and that struck me as kind of odd. So I'm going to go ahead and vote on this tonight because I support our firefighters and I want them to go get good training. But I do want to see items that are going to be spending money come to us before they're booked.
All right, sir. Duly noted. I'm sure the fire chief duly knows that. And so even if it's at a higher cost, that it'll come.
Well, I mean, that's our job. We may want to say no, but
Okay.
or we approve, and maybe we have, or we approve a travel budget for the year in the annual budget, and then they can go ahead and pull it instead of us having to approve every single one. That's probably a better way to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's what we do. And so these ones that come to you are the ones that are not in the original budget, but still covered in the department's operating budget.
Okay, then that makes sense. Good.
Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Langevin. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Passes 4-1. All right. So now we've got unfinished business. Deputy Mayor.
Appointment of one member to the Planning and Zoning Board, which represents at-large position, which was continued from regular council meeting 3/6/25. We did a ranking sheet, Mr. Brian Higgins and Mr. Thomas Dietman. And Brian Higgins scored the highest value at 5 compared to Mr. Dietman at 10. So I make a motion to appoint Brian Higgins to the at-large position on the Planning and Zoning Board.
I'll second that. Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Mayor Medina. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Passes 5-0. And now we're on new business, but before we do. Well, thank you, sir. Deputy Mayor.
Just to be clear, you put a couple of different things on here. You put public hearing number 4. And then public hearing number 4.
Go ahead, Master Chief.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. The reason why I'm bringing this up, it was because, and it's safe, because it related back to public hearing number 4, which was planning and zoning. We couldn't come to a conclusion because we had dual matches that had a balance of non-individuals. It was 2 and again, 2 for, 2 against. We couldn't come up with much. And that's why I'm bringing this up now, because this was getting the next person onto the Planning and Zoning Board, which would have been from 2 meetings ago from Planning and Zoning. We would not have had that tie vote. That's why I thought this was important to bring it up now. So I was trying to alleviate a problem from 3 meetings ago. If we would have paid attention, we would have alleviated that problem. That's why I'm bringing it up now, because if I don't keep it in your mindset, it'll just disappear like many other things do. So I got to be the poop head that I am and keep reminding people that sometimes history does repeat itself. And this was the case. If you would have paid attention back then, we would have alleviated that problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're now on new business, item number 1, but before we do, I'm taking a 5-minute recess.
Hammerville. Snails.
Well, we got pounded down, but then we didn't.
Nobody cares about cement. Care about mulch. You know? Let's talk about mulch. Yeah, thanks a lot, Scott.
Hey, I got told you don't suggest, so I follow the rules.
Yeah, because they like the residents wait.
Right.
Right, when you public comment in the back.
Oh, then you'll really hear out. You made us wait till the
Well,
end.
they said they wanted the chance at the end.
Well.
Here's your chance. We'll give you an extra minute. How's that sound? Give you forward at the end.
A lot of stuff done. Everybody's caught up on all their emails, and anybody's bringing a laptop and write next council meetings, legislative memos. I mean, it's productive time. Yeah. Right. It's presentation, right. I can do work.
So
No. Yeah. You have, because you just don't know what's going to come up. You've got to be.
All right, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Thank you. Is Councilman Johnson on the line again, ma'am? Thank you, Councilman Johnson. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. We're on new business item number 1. Mr. Morgan.
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, we have advertised for the city manager position, and those applications were due back by February 28th. We received a total of 114 applications. On March the 7th, we had a 2-member panel of retired city managers from the region volunteer their time to assist the council by placing the 114 applications into 3 categories. The first category, those that those advisors, the senior advisors that believe most closely meet the job requirements as we've outlined in our brochure. And then a second group that meet some of the job requirements outlined in the brochure, and then the other group is not recommended. So they had placed 16 candidates based on strictly on their application, a paper review in that first category, and they put 17 candidates in the second category, and then 81 in the third tier. Since then, only 1 candidate has withdrawn their application. That was a candidate in tier 2. And so you have 16 in the top tier and 16 in the second tier and 81 in the third tier, 113 candidates remaining. I had suggested that the council come prepared to this meeting individually to be prepared to at least start out this discussion by announcing one by one your top 5 choices on your paper review. And you can see on the screen we've got columns that represent each member, and we can put in those candidates that are in each individual top 5. And then you'll probably see some overlap, I would suspect. And that may be ones that you may want to invite to interview, which is set for Saturday, the 29th of this month, in a special meeting that we would begin at 8:30 in the morning and go until we've concluded the meeting. So we would turn it over to the mayor to ask each council member for their top 5, and then we'll see where we are at that point. And staff is ready to pull up any of the applications that you may want further discussion on.
Okay, I think for the sake of time, I think I'm listed first. So I'm going to share my top 5, and then I'll go to Deputy Mayor Jaffe, and then we'll keep it in that order. So not in numerical order, but I chose my top 5 from the most qualified, the batch of 16 individuals. And I was just sharing with our concerned citizens the way I went through this process in choosing out of that category was I felt that category, and I'll give an analogy that I shared, was I felt that I asked professionals, medical professionals, I needed surgery, and they gave me the top 16 surgeons that were going to cut me open. So being that as it may, I chose from that pool of the most qualified, the highly qualified, by that logic. So I'll say Michael Brillhart, Howard Brown, Brian Bolthius. I'm not sure how you would pronounce that name. This is not in order. Jason Davis and Morton Matthew. or Matthew Morton, as you were. And those are my 5. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So I went through every application individually before I saw any input back from the panel. I broke mine down in a very similar way as that the panel did. Weeded out top, middle, don't even consider. And I came up with my short list. I actually have 7, but I'll start with 5. And these are in my order, numerical. So number 1 would be Jason Davis. Number 2 is Ricardo Mendez Saldivia. 3 would be Matt Morton. 4 is Greg Link. And 5 is Sonia Alves Vivenieros.
Councilman Ham?
Yes, I would like to give my 5. The night that I received my list without seeing the top, the middle, last, I did not go to sleep. I stayed up and I looked at every single one of them. I have pages of research I've done on all 114. And of my list, it is in the order that I believe best to last. Number 1 is Jason Davis. Secondly is Mark Sohaney. Third is Matthew Morton. Fourth is Nate Somers. And 5th is William Lawrence.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes, sir. I narrowed mine down to 3. When you know, you know. And my 3 are Mark Sahani, Ricardo Mendez, and Greg Link.
Councilman John, or you don't want to expand it to 5? You just going with 3?
I started off with 10, then 5, and then took it down to 3 after reviewing a little more. I was on the fence with Claremont, but after talking to council members and looking more into it, I removed him from my list.
Okay, Councilman Langevin.
All right. Well, I'm obviously going to start with Greg Link. I also like Mark Sohaney. I'm going to go Scott Moy, William Lawrence, and Howard Brown Jr.
Okay, so we've got some similarities here. Mr. Morgan?
Yes, it looks like a majority of the council have put 3 candidates. So it's certainly up to the council, but you've got Jason Davis, Matthew Morton, and Greg Link. Were at least 3 of you named in the top 5. You've also got a couple with 2. You've got Howard Brown and that looks like
Mark Sohaney has
and
3.
William Lawrence and Mark Sohaney has 3. That has 3. So that's there are, I missed that one, just looking at the color scheme up there, but so there, yes, so there's 4 with 3 and so up to the council, but you could certainly, if you so chose, to invite the ones that have a majority in their top 5 and talk about the ones that have 2 or even the ones that have 1. It's up to the council, but you know, one way it might be easy to say, okay, the majority of us put these in the top 5, and you may just want to invite them, and then talk about the others and see where you might end up with how many to invite. There's no magic number on how many you invite. My experience over 45 years is some people will drop out, so you know, you could invite an extra 1 or 2 and figure that 1 or 2 might drop out. Now we're having a fairly tight turnaround to Saturday the 29th, so you might not have any. But obviously those are all, if I'm not mistaken, I think they're all in the senior advisors top 2 tiers. So I see a lot of similarities, but it's up to the council now how to proceed.
Yeah, I kind of like the ones that are the top tier. Like I mentioned. So I guess Jason and Matthew Thomas, invite them for the public interview for the 29th, right? Is that the ones in yellow and blue? Yeah. And it's for next Saturday, correct?
It's on the 29th, a week from this coming Saturday.
Yeah.
Now, all the candidates that I did get a hold of in the top 2 tiers, no one indicated they could not make that time frame. So,
yeah, I just don't like going backwards. And I know this council mentioned something about not going backwards either. So I'm good with those 2. Then there was another Mark.
Mayor, no. Yeah.
We got public comment.
1 card. 2.
Okay. So let's call the public. What are the speaker cards?
Judy Trandle.
Okay, well, you know, I do research. And those 3 that you're going to have interviews with, are three that I also agree with. There's a couple up there that I thought, how in God's name did they get on the top 5? I have no idea, but that scares me. So if those are the 3 that you're going to pick, I'm 100% with you. That's all I have to say, unless you want to know something that I found out. So there you go. That's all I have to say. I agree.
Jared Elkins.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, Mr. Morgan. Before I begin, I'd like to ask, what exactly was the process that we just saw happen? How were the interviews selected? And I only ask because I came before this council last year seeking a partner. I've lined up $260 million in economic development in the interim of waiting for a decision to be made. In the spirit of transparency, there's no transparency here. We started this process where everybody said their top 5 and you, sir, elected 3 without consulting anyone. How dare you? I have half a mind to pull $250 million worth of economic development and take another $212 million with me of counterparties. How dare you? You want transparency? How's this? Suzanne Sherman botched $1 billion in economic development under Greg Link. He put that together. He has helped put together the entirety of the Heritage Parkway connection as a privatized deal to make it happen. Nobody's having any discussion. How dare you? How dare you? You stand before this city as a mayor, you come before the city saying we're the greatest city on earth, and yet you run this like it's your fiefdom. How dare you? So I challenge you, I beg you, before God and country, tell us how that happened. We started this in the spirit of transparency. All night we've heard about transparency, and in the whimsical mind of you arbitrarily selected 3. Under the auspice of we were going to have a discussion. We were going to see where everybody fell in all of this. You should be ashamed of yourself. Point blank, bottom line, a disgrace. Thank you.
That concludes the speaker cards.
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I'm just making sure I heard correctly the list of who are we inviting again? I heard Howard Brown Jr.
So far what we've added on the list, would you read that out? Ms. Morgan?
Yes, from what the mayor said, there were 3 that seemed to have some consensus among the council, at least initially in this discussion, and that was Jason Davis, Matthew Morton, and Mark Sohaney. And that's where.
Well, 3 council members also mentioned Mr. Link, and I know it was mentioned about going in the past, and I'll be more than happy to discuss more in person on March 29th while I chose Mr. Link. Right now I'm with my family on spring break. It's spring break weekend, which is why I'm not at the meeting, but I'm still there in spirit. But I'll be more than glad to speak more in person on March 29th. But I had a call from a former council member, Brian Anderson, who me and him shared much discussion over 30 minutes of conversation where he cleared the air on a lot of things that were put out into the air about Mr. Link, a lot of accusations, a lot of misinformation, and he cleared the air on all of these accusations made on Mr. Link when he didn't have to. I didn't ask him to call me. He called me himself, and with him calling me, And knowing his path and knowing that he dedicated his life to Christ. Not only that, he went to Life Christian University. And I know him as a man of faith now. I know his family. His word was enough for me. I've also learned to learn more about Mr. Link by calling him myself. And that is why I support him on being on this list. And I would encourage everyone to make sure that we are doing our due diligence as well about everybody else. With Clearmont, I looked into it and found more information about that person, and talked to council members as well. So I believe, no, I don't just believe, I know that Mr. Link deserves to be on this list. A lot of the issues that we have in the city currently in regards to fiscal responsibility, whoever it is going to take a minute for them to figure everything out. Mr. Morgan's been doing a great job, but he still hasn't gotten to the root of a lot of things. And there's things that, and to his purview, I agree with him that it wasn't appropriate for him to move on certain items or take action on certain items. So whoever it is, they're going to have a learning curve. But with that, I feel everybody deserves grace. It was me who voted Mr. Link on my first night at 27 years old. 2018 was the deciding vote and voting Mr. Link. But our God is a God of second chances, and I know so much more now than I did 6 years ago. So for anybody who has questions about why I'm deciding this, they can call me. I'll be more than happy to discuss. Otherwise, I'll discuss more on March 29th. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. So I guess who else are we inviting for the interview?
I would suggest if two council members think that somebody is good enough to be on this list, they should be invited. I feel that. I don't know what the environment around me is, but I think if two people think somebody is good enough, they deserve a shot. And I think we should
So how many
try to find the
people-
best person possible.
How many people are we inviting?
As many as it takes.
Mayor, if I may, just real quick, I'll make a motion to extend the meeting.
I need a second.
To 11:30.
I'll second it.
I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Langevin. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Okay, so how many are we talking about? Everyone on that list now?
No, Mayor,
Or-
I like what Councilman Hammer said, that if they have two people, they deserve an invited interview.
So
That's
let's
pretty fair.
expand that list to 2 additional folks.
Also, if I just may ask, if some of us had longer lists than 5, there may be some more synergy if we expanded to our top 7 or 10. Really like to hear the input on why Howard Brown, for instance, was put on your list.
I'll tell you.
Anybody's list.
I'll tell you why Mr. Brown. Strategic planning, growth, community-centric leadership. He built strong partnerships with residents, businesses, stakeholders, transparent communication. Got into the innovative problem-solving aspect of it. Those are his key highlights. And then infrastructure development and fiscal responsibility. So those were eye-catching for me from East Georgia. So that was that one. Morton, I'll tell you what I loved about his, if you really want to hear, his core values of honesty, integrity, respect, courage, openness, diversity, balance, and integral it's an integral part of his character. So those jumped out at me. Leadership capacity. And then he mentioned some other things, some key words to me that I can relate to. Being stretched was one of those. So those were for Mr. Morton or Morton Matthew.
Yeah, I selected Mr. Morton as well. One of the biggest reasons was he had experience from Palm
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 Coast.
Coast, which
Yeah.
is another scatter lot community.
Yeah.
Very similar infrastructure problems that Palm Bay
Yes.
is experiencing, road issues, water treatment issues, sewer treatment issues. So, when I looked at Mr. Brown's resume, like he has some like really strong characteristics that he states, but when I look at his experience, like he's never managed any city over 50,000 residents or 150 employees. So that's, what I was looking at as far as like someone's experience and why he didn't make my list.
Yet he was in the highly qualified. So I stuck there. So who else did you want to invite? Does that cover it all?
I think it's a pretty solid list.
So far, how many is that? 5, 6? So these are the 7 that are coming, that we're inviting. Just one second, since we're gonna change a little bit of the dynamic here.
While you're doing that, I want to expand. This is one of this is one of our chances among all 5 of us to discuss this with each other. So if there is anything that you want to shed light on to other people sitting up here, I mean, I can't call you guys and say, hey, check this out about this guy. If there's something that you see strong about somebody, I would really like to know, because I want it to help me make my decision going further with this, because this is our chance to discuss this with each other, not just say our names and do our own research. We're a body of 5 for a reason. We need to function as a body of 5, not 5 individuals. We need to come together on this one, because this is something that's going to change the future for 150,000 people.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And one thing that I do want to point out that really caught me was about Jason Davis. Every time that we discuss anything with our sister communities, we're always talking about Port St. Lucie and how they're doing things and how they're growing and they're controlling their growth, and they're doing a lot better than we are. Well, Mr. Davis is the county administrator for St. Lucie County. And when I look him up, I don't just find he's doing things with the city. I'm finding him out in the community volunteering. He is out in his city helping the homeless. He's out there helping with gardens. I've seen this guy. If you Google him, he has pictures of him in regular clothes out with the community. Like, I think there's only one picture of him in a suit. The guy is out there. Our community needs to be together. And one of the things that really hurts me is the internet. I put a lot of time into what I do here. I do. And our community is not moving forward in a positive manner. Everything that comes out is everybody's approaching it negative. You can have anything good happen and people find the negative in it. We need to move forward in a positive manner, and we need to do it together, not just this 5. I'm talking about everybody in our community. And I do like the fact how we're having our interviews in the sunshine and all here. I really appreciate that. And I think our community appreciates it, but we do need to come together or we're not going to move forward. We're just going to be hypocritical of each other. We're going to find reasons to make things bad, but I got in the seat to help Palm Bay, and we need to make that step forward to help Palm Bay, and we need to do it together. And that's all I have to say.
I appreciate your comments. I really do. Is there any appetite to expand it to Sonia Alves Vivieros?
No.
She is shortlisted currently for Palm Palm Coast.
We would know more if she makes it by the Saturday, right?
Right.
So you opposed to adding her?
Yes, Mayor. And I don't mind saying it, but she's probably a great city manager. I know her resume is phenomenal. But she's, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a resume where she's currently a city manager in northern New Jersey, in the suburbs of New York City. And she might have a lot of experience there, but I think our culture here is phenomenally different. Our laws here in Florida are phenomenally different. It would be a huge learning curve for a new individual. And so with the list that we have of people that have an understanding of Florida and worked in Florida cities, to me, I'd rather just go with somebody a little closer to home.
Yeah, I think townships are a little different than New York City, kind of like Long Island. Townships are run differently. So that's why I was intrigued, and her resume is quite impressive. I like to, at least I have one council member that said we could expand it to how many we want. Now you guys don't want to expand it to.
Just my personal thought, but I still agree if we have two council members, then we should add it to the list.
So other than Councilman Langevin, anyone opposed to adding someone else to the list? Sonia Alves Vivieros?
It is only an interview, so I am 100% down to hear what anybody has to say.
So that's two because she's already on my list.
Oh, she's on your list?
Yep.
Okay. So then she made the cut. Is that list satisfactory now for next Saturday?
Yes, sir.
This will be.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to, in the interest of what Councilman Hammer said about discussion and kind of talking about our individuals, I was going to throw a couple things in when it got to our turn. So I would like to just bring up Mark Sohaney. He had three. He's a recently retired captain in the United States Navy. He was I didn't see if he was a pilot or naval flight officer, but he was on P-8 Orions. And I know that community. The aviator community in the Navy is a solid community. They develop strong leaders. I also know what it takes to be a base commander. And it's very similar to a city manager, except he managed a lot more people while also preparing them to go to war. So it's unconventional that we were looking at people with strictly city manager experience, and this individual is coming from being a base commander. But I would say don't sleep on him. Look into a little bit. As a base commander, not only is he going to have all of his assets that are preparing for war, but he's got to manage a police force, a fire department. He's got both Navy CVs doing public works and also having to get civilian contractors. There's a lot of things, and then most of his commands were in the state of Florida at the same time. So I would just tell our councilmen, look into that and don't sleep on it just because it's a little unconventional.
It's a little different when you got federal budget as opposed to city budget. Just wanted to put that out there.
And I would have some hard questions for him, but I definitely want to hear what he has to say.
I can hear you. I know that captain attitude, sir. Now, if you were talking about a master chief, that'd be different. Just kidding, sir. Deputy Mayor, you wanted to add something else to the conversation before we?
I'm really just very disappointed that we had more input from the residents about mulch than we did our next city manager. So I just want to put that out there.
Yeah. What's interesting though, they will be invited, Mr. Morgan, to Saturday's meeting. They will be invited to
Yes, I'll invite, if the council, you heard from the public, if you were to vote to offer interviews to these 8, again, typically 1 or 2 might drop out. That's probably a pretty good number to fill up your day on the 29th. And it is a special council meeting. The public are more than invited to come and listen for the day. And rather than twiddling their thumbs and talking to one another, the plan would be when they're not before the council, we'd have groups of department heads that could start to be introduced, because the idea is that one of these on this list would be the next city manager. So at least frankly, any observations, thoughts that might come from those groups of department heads, and then we take advantage of the time that they have with us.
So what do you envision with that on that day? You envision them to do a presentation? to
Well,
council?
the council, you know, it's an opportunity to interview. So I sort of see it as an interview panel. We can certainly suggest, you know, trying to start out asking the same questions of each candidate, but if there's more in depth, you know, typically, you know, tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in Palm Bay, but you know, you could dive into their particular experience and why they think it might meet our needs, and they can tell you a little bit about their background and experience that's more than can you know, be included in, you know, a resume and an application. And so I would sort of envision it as a panel job interview, and then at the end of the day, you know, kind of take a break and then really discuss on who you're focused in on as a group.
And so your vision is on that day, we hone it into the top three? Or
well, if you can be on one, that would be best. If you're sort of debating between one or two, that, you know, might be okay. I think what we're going to do is, if you vote to approve this list of people to invite tomorrow in the morning, I'll call each of them and insist that they give us a background check release so we can start the nationwide criminal check, the employment check. You know, we you know, we'll do that, and then if you zero in on one after that interview, then we can complete that, and then again, the target date for a formal job offer would be your council meeting of the 17th of April. So I think we're moving, you know, sort of in accordance with the plan, but Saturday the 29th is your really key date, because that's when you get to really learn more about the candidates, and we will have started the formal background check on all of the ones that you invite.
Okay. Council, any other questions? Any other comments? So I'll need a motion. These top.
Wait,
Oh,
what's
as
the
you were,
number?
go ahead, Councilman Johnson.
No, I just wanted to hear the full list of names, sir.
Yes. Can you call it out, Mr. Morgan?
Yes, we have Jason Brian Davis, Matthew Thomas Morton, Mark Sohaney, Greg Link, Ardo Mendez, William R. Lawrence, Howard W. Brown, and Sonia A. Alves Vivieros.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
So, Council, I need a motion. These are the
So moved.
top 8.
Second.
I got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Hammer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. All right, we're now on the reports. Councilman Landry.
I would like to appoint John Norris to my position on the Planning and Zoning Board. That'll conclude my comments.
Thank you. Councilman Hammer.
Yeah, I'd like to start off by saying that I, on Tuesday, went out for Meals on Wheels, where me and our deputy chief went and handed out meals to some people that couldn't get proper food, proper nutrition within their homes. I got to meet a lot of different people within our community. Apparently, there's over 100 people in our community that rely on Meals on Wheels for their food, for their nutrition. And I wanted to thank them for having me out there, letting me see what this community needs. It's something I didn't know. I actually learned a lot. I met a lot of good people, and I was thoroughly impressed by their operation, their organization. It was definitely a good thing to do. Secondly, on Friday, me and my son went to the Night of Unity with with Judge Majid, and we got to experience a lot of things that me and my son did not get to experience on a daily basis. I met a lot of great people, had a lot of great conversation, and it was a new experience for me. And I wanted to tell Judge Majid, thank you for inviting me and having me. And other than that, that's all that I have as of right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. The only question I have for staff, was anybody able to get a hold of Boys and Girls Club?
Yes.
Juliet, are you going to respond to that, or is county manager?
Yes, I think the question from Councilmember Johnson was, did we reach out to the Boys and Girls Club? And the answer is yes, we have.
Does that satisfy
How did
you?
the discussion go?
Okay.
We haven't heard back from them.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
No report.
So I do have, first of all, I want to say happy birthday to Jay Selinsky. Way to go, 29 years old. I think you'll stay at that age for quite some time. Then I also want to conclude by saying the Secretary of the Department of Education was here in Palm Bay. Visited one of our charter schools, PCCA. She was very pleased with not only PCCA, Pineapple Cove Classical Academy. I had the honor of meeting her and shaking her hand. She was also impressed. Hey, she was in Palm Bay. So I'm really happy to announce that. With that, that concludes my reports. Mr. Morgan.
No report.
Madam Attorney.
No, sir.
Then this meeting's adjourned.